Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I moved the fridge to clean and found a small drill hole in the wall just large enough to peer through. Inside was darkness but also movement. Someone had carved out a shallow niche, smooth and precise. I shined a flashlight inside and saw multiple fingerprints, faded and smudged. Beneath them lay a scrap of fabric with a childish drawing and marker. I haven't let anyone near the appliance since. I don't know how long that niche has been there or what it was used to watch. But every time I grab a snack, I feel eyes on me from behind. The fabric felt wrong in my hands, too soft, too familiar. The drawing showed stick figures holding hands under a yellow sun, the kind a child makes with trembling fingers. Purple marker had bled through the material, creating dark stains that resembled bruises. I placed it carefully in a plastic bag, the way I'd seen investigators do on television shows. My landlord claimed ignorance when I called. His voice carried that particular strain of someone trying too hard to sound casual. He mentioned the previous tenant had lived here for several years, a quiet woman who kept to herself. When I pressed for details, he became evasive, mentioning only that she'd left suddenly without providing proper notice. I started documenting everything. The hole measured exactly 3 inches in diameter, carved with professional precision. The edges showed tool marks from what appeared to be a specialized drill bit. Someone had taken considerable time to create this viewing point, smoothing the interior walls until they felt almost polished under my fingertips. The fingerprints troubled me most. They weren't random smudges but deliberate impressions, as if someone had repeatedly pressed their hands against the walls while peering through. I counted at least 7 distinct sets, varying in size. Some belonged to adult hands, others seemed smaller, more delicate. I began researching the building's history through public records. The structure had housed dozens of families over the decades, each leaving their own traces. But one name kept appearing in police reports from several years back. A woman who had filed multiple complaints about feeling watched, about strange sounds coming from within the walls. Her reports were dismissed as paranoid delusions by the responding officers. The case files, which I obtained through a records request, painted her as unstable, possibly suffering from surveillance anxiety. Yet reading between the lines, I noticed inconsistencies in the official narrative. She had described hearing drilling sounds at night, vibrations that seemed to come from behind her kitchen wall. The exact location where I now stood, staring at evidence of her claims. The complaint stopped abruptly after 6 months, coinciding with her sudden departure from the building. I contacted the investigating officer, now retired, who agreed to meet at a coffee shop downtown. His hands shook slightly as he stirred his drink, and his eyes avoided mine when I mentioned the previous tenant's name. He admitted the department had received similar reports from other buildings in the neighborhood, all involving the same general complaints about being watched. The pattern was always identical. Residents would report feeling observed in their homes, followed by the discovery of small holes or gaps in walls. By the time investigators arrived, these openings had invariably been sealed or repaired. Without physical evidence, the cases were classified as unfounded. But this officer had kept personal notes, details omitted from official reports. He described finding construction tools in dumpsters behind several of the buildings, always pristine despite being discarded. Security footage from neighboring properties showed a maintenance worker entering buildings at unusual hours, though no work orders existed for those visits. The maintenance company, when contacted, had no record of employing anyone matching the description. Their uniforms had been stolen from a supply warehouse months before the reports began. The theft was never solved. I returned home that evening with copies of the officer's notes, my mind racing with possibilities. The hole behind my refrigerator was no longer an isolated mystery, but part of a larger pattern. Someone had been systematically accessing buildings, creating observation points, watching families in their most private moments. The childish drawing haunted me. Its innocent subject matter contrasted sharply with the sinister context of its discovery. I wondered if it belonged to a previous victim, a child who had unknowingly been observed through that carefully crafted opening. I began sleeping with a chair propped against my bedroom door. The apartment felt contaminated, as if invisible eyes were still watching from hidden places. I searched every wall, every corner, looking for additional holes or modifications. The paranoia was consuming, but I couldn't shake the feeling that my discovery was only the beginning. Late at night, I would hear subtle sounds from within the walls, soft scratching like fingernails against wood. Sometimes I detected the faint odor of sawdust, as if someone were still working behind the plaster. But when I pressed my ear against the surface, the sounds would cease. I hired a contractor to examine the entire apartment. He found 3 additional holes, each sealed with putty that hadn't fully hardened. The work was recent, suggesting someone had been actively monitoring my investigation. The contractor's face grew pale as he realized the implications. He recommended I contact the authorities immediately, but I hesitated. The retired officer's notes had made clear how previous reports were handled. Without catching the perpetrator in the act, I would likely be dismissed as another paranoid resident. Instead, I decided to wait and watch. If someone was still accessing these buildings, still creating new observation points, I would document everything. The fabric with the childish drawing remained in my possession, a reminder of the vulnerable people who had suffered before me. The investigation had become personal. Someone in this neighborhood was preying on residents, violating their privacy in the most intimate way possible. The authorities had failed to stop them, but I wouldn't let the pattern continue. I sealed the hole behind my refrigerator with metal sheeting, but the unease remained. Every creak of the building, every unexpected sound sent chills down my spine. I had uncovered something dark and systematic, but the perpetrator remained hidden in plain sight. The truth felt close yet impossibly distant. Someone was watching, waiting, adapting their methods to avoid detection, and I was now part of their game, whether I wanted to be or not. The childish drawing stared back at me from its plastic bag, a silent witness to horrors I was only beginning to understand. Crime 2, he never hunted, indoor cat pampered, but yesterday he dropped a single human fingernail on the rug, cleanly clipped, polished. I traced it to the bathroom, no signs of a cutter, no blood. I locked the cat in and searched every drawer, every surface, nothing missing. I took the nail for testing. It came back female, Caucasian, younger. I live alone with one other person. They claim no idea, but the cat won't use the litter box anymore. And I can't stop picturing where that nail came from and who's still losing pieces of themselves around me. The lab report sits on my kitchen table, its edges already worn from my fingers tracing the words. Female DNA, not mine, not from anyone I know should be in this house. The cat watches me from the doorway, tail twitching in that particular way that means he's hiding something. Animals know. They always know before we do. I've lived here for 3 years now, sharing space with someone who works different hours than me. We pass each other in hallways, exchange pleasantries about weather and groceries, normal roommate interactions. But now I'm studying every strand of hair in the shower drain, every smudge on the mirror, every fingerprint on the coffee pot. The mundane details of shared living suddenly feel like evidence. The nail itself was perfect, too perfect. No rough edges, no signs of nervous biting or accidental breaking. Someone had taken care with their appearance, maintained their nails with the kind of precision that speaks to routine, to vanity, to being alive and caring about how they looked. And now a piece of that person was in my living room, delivered by a cat who's never brought me anything more threatening than a dust bunny. I started checking the basement. The smell hit me first, not decay, something else. Sweet but wrong, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The concrete floor showed no obvious stains, but I ran my hands along every surface anyway. Cold stone, smooth walls, the metallic taste of old pipes. Nothing felt disturbed, yet everything felt wrong. My roommate came home late that night, keys jangling in that familiar rhythm. I listened from my bedroom as they moved through the house. Normal sounds, shoes dropping, refrigerator opening, water running. But underneath it all, I heard something new. Or maybe I was finally hearing something that had always been there, a hesitation in their footsteps, a pause before opening certain doors. The next morning I found another nail, this one in the kitchen sink, caught in the strainer, shorter but the same perfect manicure. My hands shook as I sealed it in a plastic bag. The cat sat in the corner, watching me with those unblinking eyes that seemed to hold secrets I'm not ready to understand. I asked casual questions over coffee, about visitors, about friends, about anyone who might have been in the house while I was away. My roommate stirred their drink slowly, metal spoon clinking against ceramic in a rhythm that sounded almost like Morse code. Their answers came too quickly, too rehearsed. Nobody had been over. They'd been working late all week. Maybe the cat got into something outside, brought it in on his fur. But the cat doesn't go outside. We both know this. I started staying awake at night, listening. The house breathes differently in darkness. Pipes settle, floorboards creak, walls expand and contract with temperature changes. But between these natural sounds I heard others. Soft scraping, like something being dragged across wood. The whisper of plastic bags. The gentle thud of something heavy being moved with care. The third nail appeared in my bedroom, tucked under the corner of my pillow. I woke up with it pressed against my cheek, its smooth surface warm from my skin. This one was different, longer, with a small chip near the cuticle. A flaw that made it human, real, evidence of someone who lived and breathed and probably died without anyone noticing they were missing. I confronted my roommate that evening, not directly, but through the kinds of questions that burrow under skin and stay there. About the basement, about the smell, about why our utility bills had been so high lately. They answered everything with the same measured calm, but their hands betrayed them. Fingers drumming against the table, picking at invisible threads on their sleeves, never quite still. The cat has stopped eating. He sits by the basement door now, ears flattened, pupils dilated even in bright light. Animals don't lie about fear. They can't rationalize away their instincts or convince themselves that everything is fine when it isn't. He knows what I'm starting to understand, what I've been trying not to see. I called the police yesterday, not to report anything specific, just to ask hypothetical questions about missing persons, about how long someone has to be gone before they're officially considered missing. The officer's voice was kind but distant, filtered through protocols and procedures that don't account for cats bringing home pieces of people who might not exist in any official capacity. The basement door is locked now, has been for days. I don't remember my roommate ever locking it before, but maybe they always did and I just never noticed. The key sits on their keyring, mixed in with car keys and house keys and small silver keys that open things I can't identify. I've thought about making a copy, about going down there when they're not home, but some part of me knows that once I open that door, I can't close it again. The cat brought me one more nail this morning. This one was painted, deep red, the color of dried blood or ripe cherries. It rolled across the bathroom floor and came to rest against the baseboard, where it caught the light from the window and gleamed like a tiny warning. I live alone with one other person. We share space, split bills, exchange keys. We trust each other with our safety, our belongings, our secrets. But trust is a fragile thing, and once it cracks, everything else falls through the gaps. The nails are in my drawer now, sealed in separate bags, labeled with dates and locations. Evidence of something I can't quite name, proof of someone who might not officially exist. And every night I lie awake wondering whose fingers those nails once protected, whose hands touched what they shouldn't have, whose life ended quietly in the space beneath my feet. The cat won't come near me anymore. He knows what I'm becoming, what I'm choosing not to see. Animals understand complicity in ways humans pretend not to. They know the difference between ignorance and willful blindness. I could leave, pack my things, find a new place, start over somewhere else. But the nails would follow me, and the questions would grow louder in my head, and someday another cat would bring me another piece of someone who trusted the wrong person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or I could stay, keep collecting evidence, keep asking questions, keep pretending that normal life is still possible when you're living above someone else's grave. Keep sharing space with someone who might have taken all the space from someone else. The basement door is still locked. The cat still won't eat. And somewhere in this house, pieces of a person are still hiding, waiting for me to decide whether I'm brave enough to find them or complicit enough to let them stay lost. Crime 3, it was muffled at first. I thought it was neighbors, then I realized it was me. Words I didn't remember saying, admissions of guilt, soft confessions. I pressed my ear to the plaster, listened. It responded, quieter but still mine. I tested it, calling my name, my voice answered. I tore into the drywall, exposed wiring, insulation, nothing. I moved rooms, it followed. Now I hear private memories, mistakes, whispers of shame, but I never said them, not out loud. Except now I have, and I can't decide whether to look for the speaker or the secret. The voice started talking about her again. The woman who used to live upstairs, the one who disappeared. My voice telling someone about the bruises I'd seen on her arms, the way she'd flinch when footsteps approached her door. I'd never spoken those words to anyone. I'd kept them locked inside, another bystander's guilt eating at my conscience. But here was my voice, crystal clear through the walls, confessing to someone I couldn't see, admitting I'd done nothing, admitting I'd been afraid. I grabbed my phone, started recording. The voice stopped. The walls went silent. I waited, holding my breath, but it was gone, like it knew I was trying to catch it, like it was watching me watch it. The police file was thin, missing person case they called it. The woman upstairs had simply vanished. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. Her belongings were still there, rent paid up for months. Her boyfriend claimed he'd been out of town. Neighbors said they'd heard arguing, but nothing unusual for that couple. I'd been one of those neighbors. I'd given my statement, told them about the raised voices, the footsteps at odd hours, but I'd left out the important parts. The times I'd seen her in the hallway, makeup not quite covering the marks, the way she'd smile too quickly when I asked if she was okay, the locked door I'd passed without knocking. My voice from the walls knew all of it. The apartment building was old, converted from a Victorian house. The walls were thin, the plumbing ancient. Sound carried strangely through the structure. I'd heard conversations from floors away, water running in distant pipes, the building settling like old bones, but this was different. This was my voice, speaking my thoughts, confessing my failures. I started keeping a journal, writing down everything the voice said. My handwriting grew shaky as I transcribed my own words, admissions I'd never made. The voice knew about the package I'd found outside her door, the one I'd left there instead of knocking. It knew about the phone call I'd almost made to the police, the number I'd dialed and hung up. The voice knew I'd been a coward. I went back to the police station, asked to speak with the detective on her case. He was tired, overwhelmed, drowning in paperwork. He remembered the case, but barely. Missing adults weren't priorities unless there was evidence of crime. She'd been an adult, free to leave if she wanted. People disappeared all the time. But I knew she hadn't left. My voice in the walls told me so. The detective let me look at the file. Crime scene photos of her empty apartment, personal effects left behind, a calendar with appointments she'd never kept. Her phone, found on the kitchen counter, the last message sent to her boyfriend, "We need to talk." I touched the photograph, felt the paper between my fingers. The apartment in the image looked different somehow. Cleaner, more organized, like someone had been there after she'd gone. That night the voice was louder. It spoke about the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the way they'd pause outside her door before continuing up, about the smell of bleach that had lingered in the hallway for weeks after, about the boyfriend who'd changed his story 3 times about when he'd last seen her. My voice speaking truths I'd observed but never connected, never wanted to connect. I climbed the stairs to her floor, stood outside her door. The new tenant had moved in months ago, a quiet man who worked nights. The hallway still smelled faintly of fresh paint. I pressed my ear to the wall, listened, nothing. But when I returned to my apartment, the voice was waiting. It told me about the night she'd screamed, the night I'd turned up my television instead of calling for help, the night I'd convinced myself it was just another argument, just another fight that would blow over. The night she'd stopped screaming. I called the detective again, told him about the bleach smell, the cleaned apartment, the boyfriend's shifting timeline. He listened patiently, took notes, asked if I had any evidence beyond my suspicions. I didn't, just a voice in the walls that sounded like my conscience. The investigation reopened quietly. They found microscopic traces of blood in the grout between her bathroom tiles, blood that had been scrubbed away but not completely erased. They found inconsistencies in the boyfriend's phone records, gaps in his alibi. They found neighbors who'd heard more than they'd initially reported. But they never found her. The voice in the walls grew quieter as the investigation progressed. It whispered now instead of speaking, told me about the weight of silence, the cost of looking away, about the woman who'd needed help and never received it, about the people who'd failed her, myself included. The boyfriend was arrested, charged with her murder despite the absence of a body. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. The prosecutor was confident. The defense claimed insufficient proof. I testified at the trial, told the jury about the sounds I'd heard, the things I'd seen. But I couldn't tell them about the voice in the walls. They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was. The jury deliberated for 3 days. They came back with a verdict of not guilty. Insufficient evidence, reasonable doubt, the system working as designed. The voice in the walls went silent after that. I moved out of the building, found a new apartment across town. The walls here are thick, modern, well insulated. I hear only the sounds I'm supposed to hear. Traffic, neighbors living their lives, the ordinary noise of the world continuing. But sometimes, late at night, I hear something else. A whisper that might be my conscience or might be something more. It asks me questions I can't answer. About the woman upstairs, about the man who walked free, about the truth that lives in the spaces between what we know and what we can prove. It asks me if I'm listening now, if I'll speak up next time, if I'll be brave enough to knock on the door when someone needs help. I don't know the answer, but I hear the question echoing in the silence, waiting for me to respond, and maybe that's enough. Maybe that's where justice begins, not in the courtroom, but in the quiet moments when we choose to hear what we'd rather ignore. The voice in the walls taught me that, even if I'm not sure it was ever really there. Crime 4 lint traps aren't supposed to hold mail. But yesterday, after a cycle, I emptied a small padded envelope from the trap, no label. Inside was a cassette tape hand-labeled for you. It contained my voice crying, laughing, talking to someone who's gone, memories I never recorded, dates I don't recall, then recorded afterward with someone else's reply, calm, reproachful. I played it on a desk recorder and recognized the voice as one I met once, long ago. I haven't touched the dryer since. I'm terrified of what else it might cough up and whose words it might carry next. The voice belonged to my neighbor from 2 houses down. We'd spoken maybe 3 times over the years. Pleasant exchanges about weather, about the construction noise that kept us all awake. Her name was something common, something I should remember but can't quite grasp. She had this way of tilting her head when she listened, like she was collecting every word for later use. On the tape, after my voice stops sobbing about losing someone I loved, hers begins, measured, almost therapeutic. She tells me things I never told her, details about my grief that I kept buried, how I blamed myself, how I couldn't sleep, how I stood in empty rooms waiting for footsteps that would never come. The quality is strange, too clear for a hidden recording, too intimate for a phone call. Like she was sitting right beside me as I fell apart, offering comfort I don't remember receiving. I rewound the tape and played my voice again. The tears sounded familiar, but the words felt foreign in my mouth. I was telling her about the accident, about the guilt, about the police questions that never quite made sense. But I never told anyone those things, not even myself, not out loud. The next day I found myself walking past her house. The lawn was overgrown, newspapers piled by the door, windows dark. I knocked anyway, no answer. A neighbor across the street called out that she'd been gone for months. Family emergency, she said, left suddenly one morning with just a suitcase. Back home I searched for the tape again, found it exactly where I left it, but now there was something else. A small digital recorder sitting on my kitchen counter. I don't own a digital recorder, don't remember buying one, but my fingerprints were all over it, and when I pressed play there was my voice again. Different conversation, same confessional tone. This time I was talking about the investigation, about the detective who kept asking if I was sure about the timeline, about the witness who saw someone leaving the scene, about the phone call I made that I swore I never made. My voice on the recording was calm, explaining things I'd never admitted to anyone, things I'd barely admitted to myself. The woman's voice responded again, that same therapeutic tone. She was asking gentle questions, drawing out details. When did I realize what I'd done? How did it feel to let someone else take the blame? Why did I think I deserved to walk away free? I don't remember having these conversations, but the guilt in my recorded voice was unmistakable, raw, real. I started checking the house obsessively, looking for recording devices, for signs of entry, found nothing, but every day brought new tapes, new recordings. Sometimes in the lint trap, sometimes tucked between couch cushions, sometimes on my nightstand like they'd always been there. The conversations grew more detailed. My voice described things I'd forced myself to forget. The moment of impact, the split-second decision to leave, the lies I told the police, the way I watched the news coverage, knowing they'd arrested the wrong person, the relief I felt when the case went cold. Her voice remained constant, patient, understanding, never judgmental, always probing deeper. I drove to the police station twice, tape recorder in hand. Both times I sat in the parking lot until the building closed. The recordings felt like evidence, but evidence of what? Conversations I didn't remember having with someone who was no longer there. My own voice confessing to crimes I'd buried so deep I'd convinced myself they were dreams. The latest tape was different, just her voice, no longer responding to me. She was talking to someone else, someone who sounded younger, frightened. She was asking the same gentle questions, drawing out the same kinds of confessions. A hit and run, a cover-up, a life destroyed by silence. At the end, she whispered something that made my blood freeze. She said she collected stories like mine. That guilt always finds a way to speak, even when a conscious mind refuses. That she'd been gathering these confessions for years, waiting for the right moment to let them see daylight. I don't know if she's real or if I'm losing my mind. I don't know if the tapes are memories or fabrications. But I know that somewhere in this house, my shame is speaking in my own voice, telling truths I never meant to tell. The dryer is running now. I can hear the familiar tumble, feel the vibration through the floor. Part of me wants to check the lint trap to see what new secrets it might hold. But mostly I'm terrified of what I might find and whose voice might be listening when I finally decide to speak. Crime 5, it wasn't there when I moved in or it was hidden, but I spotted a joint in the floor near the living room rug. I pried it with a flat bar and opened a chamber 5 inches deep. Inside was an old toy box, bright paint peeling. Inside, dozens of dolls missing limbs, pajama scraps, kids' shoes, none recent. But each item was etched with a single word, fear, goodbye, lost. I bolted the hatch closed and sat on the couch trembling. I don't know who buried that box or why. But the sense of something watching me while I sat there that hasn't left. The house came cheap, too cheap. The realtor had nervous fingers, kept touching her necklace when she showed me the basement. Said the previous owner left suddenly. Family emergency. But the dust patterns on the shelves suggested otherwise. Things had been moved deliberately, not hastily packed. I started noticing the smell during my second week. Sweet, cloying, like forgotten birthday cake mixed with something medicinal. It seemed strongest near the living room where I'd found a hidden compartment. I checked the pipes, the vents, even lifted corners of the carpet. Nothing. The neighbor across the street watched me through her kitchen window. Every morning, same spot, same vacant stare. When I waved, she disappeared behind her curtains. I decided to introduce myself. She answered the door with the chain still attached, eyes darting past me toward my house. "You shouldn't have moved in there," she whispered. Her voice carried the weight of someone who'd been holding secrets too long. "The family before you, they had a little girl, beautiful thing, used to play in the yard every afternoon." I asked what happened to them. One day she just stopped coming outside. Then the parents started acting strange, wouldn't make eye contact, kept their curtains drawn. The mother used to work in the garden, but she stopped that too. Started leaving toys on the porch instead, like she was expecting someone. The woman's hands shook as she spoke. Then they were gone, middle of the night, left everything behind. Even the girl's bicycle was still in the driveway the next morning, training wheels and all. I pressed for more details, but she closed the door. The chain rattled as she secured it again. Back home, I couldn't shake the image of that bicycle. I searched the garage, the basement, even the attic. No children's belongings anywhere. Yet someone had carved those words into toy after toy and buried them beneath my floor. I called the previous owner's number from the real estate paperwork. Disconnected. I tried the property management company. They said the family had provided no forwarding address, just packed and left. The representative's voice carried a practiced neutrality, like she'd answered these questions before. That night I heard something, not footsteps exactly, but a rhythmic tapping, like someone bouncing a ball against the basement wall. I grabbed a flashlight and investigated. The basement was empty, but the tapping continued. It seemed to be coming from inside the walls themselves. I found the source behind the water heater, a small cavity just large enough for a child to crawl into. The space was lined with old blankets and smelled of that same sweet medicinal odor. On the floor, a single crayon worn down to nothing. The realization hit me like cold water. Someone had been hiding down there. A child had made this space their refuge, their hiding place. But from what or from whom? I started researching the property records. The house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade. Each family had children when they moved in. Each family left without explanation. The pattern was consistent, disturbing. I interviewed the mailman, the delivery drivers, anyone who might have observed the previous residents. Their stories aligned. Happy families moving in, then gradual isolation, then sudden departure. Always the same progression. The mailman remembered details that chilled me. The little girl stopped coming to the door for packages. Her mother would meet me at the curb instead, always looking over her shoulder. Asked me once if I'd seen anyone watching the house. I hadn't, but something about the way she asked made me start paying attention. He paused, choosing his words carefully. After that, I did notice things. Curtains moving when no one should be home. The garage door opening and closing at odd hours. Once, I swear I saw a face in the basement window, but when I looked again, it was gone. I spent the next few days documenting everything. The carved words, the hidden spaces, the testimonies. The evidence painted a picture of systematic terror, but terror inflicted by whom? The previous owners, an outside force, or was I missing something fundamental about the nature of the threat? The breakthrough came when I found the recording device. It was wedged behind the electrical panel, professionally installed and still functional. The memory card contained hours of audio from inside the house. Conversations, footsteps, the sound of children playing, then crying, then silence. But the most disturbing recordings were of voices I didn't recognize. Adult voices whispering instructions, making promises that sounded like threats. The quality was poor, but the intent was clear. Someone had been monitoring the families, manipulating them, driving them away. I confronted the neighbor again. This time her composure cracked completely. "You think we don't know," she sobbed. "You think we haven't been watching, waiting for someone to finally understand. That house, it's not haunted, it's worse than that, it's a trap." She revealed the truth that everyone in the neighborhood had been hiding. The house was being used as a testing ground, a place where someone or several someones experimented with psychological manipulation. Families were selected, monitored, then systematically terrorized until they fled. The recordings, the hidden cameras, the planted items, it's all part of some sick research project. We've called the police, the FBI, anyone who would listen. But there's never enough evidence, and the families are too traumatized to cooperate. The neighbor's revelation should have provided closure, but it only deepened the mystery. Who was conducting these experiments? What was the ultimate goal? And why had they allowed me to discover their methods? I realized then that my investigation itself might be part of the experiment. Perhaps I was meant to find the toy box, meant to uncover the truth. Perhaps I was the latest subject in their twisted research. The house around me felt different now, charged with unseen observation. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow that moved wrong, every silence that lasted too long, all of it took on new meaning. I should leave, I should pack my belongings and disappear like all the others. But something keeps me here, rooted in place by a combination of stubborn curiosity and growing dread. Maybe that's what they're studying, the point at which fear transforms into obsession, the moment when a person chooses to stay despite knowing the danger. The toy box remains hidden beneath my floor, its contents a testament to innocence corrupted and childhood stolen. I've added my own item to the collection, a small recorder containing everything I've learned. If I disappear like the others, maybe the next resident will find it and understand what this place really is. But as I write this, I'm beginning to suspect that there won't be a next resident. The experiment has evolved, and I'm no longer just a subject. I'm becoming something else entirely, a collaborator, a guardian, a keeper of secrets. The watching sensation hasn't left me. If anything, it's grown stronger. But now I'm not sure if I'm being observed or if I'm the one doing the observing. The line between victim and perpetrator has blurred beyond recognition. And somewhere in the walls of this house, in the spaces between truth and deception, the real horror continues its patient work. Crime 6, I keep reusable bags in the trunk. Yesterday one contained a printed note, "You forgot me." I didn't recognize the handwriting, I tossed it, once, twice. Today there was another, "I saw you." Inside the bag was a Polaroid of my front door, folded. I took the photos to my car, only to find more in each bag, my groceries untouched, just these notes. "Stop hiding. I'm here. I live openly, no secrets, but whoever does this knows too much." And I haven't left my bags in the car since. The paper feels familiar between my fingers, not the smooth, glossy kind from printers, but something rougher. Like notebook paper torn carefully along the edges, each letter pressed deep into the fibers as if someone had traced over the words multiple times. The ink bleeds slightly at the corners, suggesting a cheap pen or maybe one that's been used too much. I spread the notes across my kitchen table. 4 messages now, each one more personal than the last. The handwriting doesn't match mine, but there's something about the way certain letters curve that makes my stomach turn. The capital letters lean slightly to the right, just like mine used to when I was younger, before I learned to write differently. The Polaroid bothers me most, my front door taken from the sidewalk. The angle suggests someone standing exactly where I park my car every evening. The photo is slightly overexposed, washing out the red paint I'd chosen so carefully. But you can still see the small scratch near the handle, the one I made when I moved in carrying too many boxes at once. I call the grocery store where I shop. The manager, a woman with a tired voice, tells me they have cameras in the parking lot. She agrees to check the footage, but warns me it might take a few days. She asks if I want to file a report with security. I hesitate, then say yes. What else can I do? That night I dream about the bags. In the dream, they're not in my trunk, but scattered across my bedroom floor. Each one contains something different, photographs of places I've been, receipts from restaurants I've visited, ticket stubs from movies I've seen alone, things no one else should have access to. I wake with the taste of copper in my mouth. The next morning I check the bags again. empty, but there's something else now, something I hadn't noticed before. The smell. Each bag carries a faint odor, like laundry detergent mixed with something else. Something I can't quite place, but that makes my skin crawl. I decide to stay home from work. Instead, I sit by the window and watch the street. Normal people doing normal things. A woman walking her dog, a man checking his mailbox, children riding bikes in circles. But I find myself studying each face, looking for recognition in their eyes when they glance toward my house. The phone rings, the grocery store manager. They found something on the cameras, she says. A person approaching my car while I was inside shopping, but the footage is grainy and the person wore a hood. She can send me a copy if I want, but warns me it might not be helpful. I ask her to send it anyway. While I wait, I go through my things, old photo albums, address books, anything that might connect me to someone I've forgotten. The faces blur together after a while. Coworkers from years ago, neighbors from different apartments, people I met at parties and never saw again. How many of them would remember me? How many would know where I live now? The footage arrives as an email attachment. The quality is worse than I expected. A figure in dark clothing approaches my car, opens the trunk, and spends several minutes doing something I can't quite make out. Their movements are deliberate, practiced. This isn't random. This is someone who knows exactly what they're doing. I watch it 17 times. On the 18th viewing, I notice something I'd missed, the person's gait, the way they favor their left leg slightly, causing a barely perceptible limp. I know that walk. I've seen it before, but I can't remember where. I print out the notes again and lay them side by side. The handwriting analysis becomes an obsession. I compare the loops and curves to old birthday cards, letters from relatives, anything with handwriting I can find, but nothing matches exactly. It's as if whoever wrote these has deliberately altered their natural writing style. The fourth note said I'm here, present tense, not I was here or I will be here, present, as if they're still close by, still watching. I start checking the bags compulsively, morning, afternoon, evening, each time expecting to find something new, dreading what it might be, but for 3 days nothing. The bags remain empty, though that smell persists, sweet and cloying like flowers left too long in water. Then on the 4th day, I find a key. It's small, silver, with a number etched into the head, 247. The kind of key that opens a locker or a safety deposit box. But where and why? The key is warm to the touch, as if someone has been holding it for a long time before placing it in my bag. I spend the afternoon driving to every gym, community center, and public facility I can think of. Lockers with numbers in the 200s. At the recreation center, I find locker 247. The key fits perfectly. Inside, there's a manila envelope. My hands shake as I open it. Photographs, dozens of them, all of me but not recent ones. These are old, from years ago. Me at a coffee shop I used to frequent. Me leaving an apartment I haven't lived in for 5 years. Me with people I'd forgotten I knew. At the bottom of the envelope, there's a note written in the same careful handwriting. You remember now. But I don't. I study each photograph, searching for clues about who might have taken them. The angles suggest someone with access to my daily routine, someone who knew where I'd be and when. But the timeline spans years, different cities, different versions of myself. I take the photographs home and spread them across my bed. In some, I'm smiling. In others, I look tired or distracted. All of them capture moments I thought were private, insignificant. A yawn at a bus stop, a glance at my phone while waiting in line. The mundane details of a life I thought no one was watching. There's one photograph that stops me cold. It's me standing in the doorway of a house I don't recognize, but I'm holding keys as if I belong there. I'm wearing a sweater I remember losing during a move. Behind me, partially visible in the shadows, is another person. Their face is obscured, but something about their posture is familiar. I flip the photograph over. In faded pencil, someone has written a date from 6 years ago and a single word: home. I don't remember that house. I don't remember that day. But looking at the photograph, I can almost feel the weight of those keys in my hand, almost smell the musty air of that doorway. The sensation is so strong it makes me dizzy. I call in sick to work again. This time I don't plan to sit by the window. I have somewhere to go, though I'm not sure where. The photograph is my only clue, and I study it obsessively, looking for landmarks or details that might help me identify the location. There's a mailbox visible in the corner of the frame. The numbers are blurry, but I can make out what might be a 4 and a 7. The architectural style looks familiar, though I can't place it. The trees in the background suggest a neighborhood with mature landscaping, somewhere established rather than newly developed. I spend the day driving through neighborhoods that feel like they might be right. Each street looks promising until I get closer and realize it's not quite what I'm looking for. The houses are the wrong color, the trees are too young, the mailboxes are modern rather than the vintage style in the photograph. As evening approaches, I begin to wonder if the house even exists anymore. 6 years is long enough for demolition and rebuilding, for neighborhoods to change completely. Maybe that's why I don't remember it. Maybe it's gone. But then I turn a corner and see it. The house from the photograph, looking exactly the same except for the paint color. What had been white in the picture is now a pale yellow, but everything else matches perfectly. The roof line, the front steps, the distinctive mailbox with its decorative flourishes. I park across the street and stare. The windows are dark, but there's a car in the driveway. Someone lives here now. Someone who isn't me, though apparently I once stood in that doorway holding keys like I belonged. I should leave. I should go home and try to forget about the photographs and the notes and the key that opened a locker full of memories I can't access. But instead, I find myself walking across the street, approaching the front door, raising my hand to knock. The door opens before I can make contact. A woman stands there, neither young nor old, with eyes that seem to recognize me even though I don't recognize her. She's wearing the same sweater from the photograph, the one I thought I'd lost. "You came back," she says, and her voice carries the same careful tone as the handwriting in the notes. "I wasn't sure you would." I want to ask who she is, what this place is, why she has my sweater, but when I open my mouth, different words come out. "I forgot," I say, and realize it's true. I did forget everything. She steps aside and I walk into a house that smells like laundry detergent and something else, something sweet and cloying. The furniture is arranged exactly as I remember it, though I didn't know I remembered it until now. There are photographs on the mantel, pictures of the two of us together, smiling like we know each other well. "The accident changed things," she says, settling into a chair that clearly belongs to her. "The doctors said you might never remember, but I knew you would eventually. I just had to be patient." Accident, the word feels heavy in my mouth, loaded with implications I can't quite grasp. I sit down across from her, in a chair that fits my body perfectly, as if it was chosen specifically for me. "We lived here together," she continues. "For 2 years. You said you'd never leave, and then one day you did, just walked out without a word. I found you living in that apartment across town, acting like you'd never seen me before." The photographs make sense now. She took them because she was trying to understand how I could disappear from my own life so completely. She followed me, documented my new routine, waited for some sign that I remembered what I'd lost. "But you do remember now," she says, and it's not a question. I want to say no, that I still don't remember her or this house or the life we supposedly shared, but that wouldn't be entirely true. Sitting here, surrounded by furniture that feels familiar and photographs that tell a story I can't quite access, I feel something stirring. Not memory exactly, but the shadow of memory. The impression of a life I once lived and somehow forgot. "The bags," I say. She nods. "I thought if I could get your attention, bring you back here, maybe everything would come back. The notes, the photographs, the key. I wanted to remind you of what you'd lost." "What did I lose?" She looks at me for a long moment, and I see something in her eyes that makes me uncomfortable. Not love exactly, but something more possessive. Something that explains why I might have walked away and never looked back. "Everything," she says. "You lost everything." I stand up, suddenly needing to leave. The house feels smaller now, the air thicker. The photographs on the mantel seem to be watching me, and I realize that in all of them I'm smiling, but my eyes look tired, trapped. "I should go," I say. "But you just got here," she replies, and there's something in her tone that makes me think she's not going to let me leave easily. I walk toward the door and she follows. The key to the locker is still in my pocket, warm against my leg. I wonder if there are other keys, other lockers, other secrets she's been keeping for me. At the door, I turn back. "The accident you mentioned, what kind of accident?" She smiles, and for the first time since I arrived, she looks genuinely happy. "You don't remember. You fell down the stairs, right here in this house. Hit your head badly. I was so scared you wouldn't wake up." I look at the stairs behind her. They're steep, with a sharp turn at the bottom. Easy to fall down if you weren't careful, or if someone helped you fall. "I need to go," I say again, reaching for the door handle. "Of course," she says, "but you'll be back. You always come back." I walk to my car without looking behind me. My hands are shaking as I start the engine. In the rearview mirror, I can see her standing in the doorway, watching me drive away. She's still wearing my sweater. At home, I check the bags one more time. They're empty, but the smell is stronger now. I recognize it finally. It's the smell of the house, of her, of a life I apparently chose to forget. I should call the police. I should report the stalking, the break-ins, the photographs. But what would I tell them? That someone is trying to remind me of a life I lived and lost. That I might have been in an accident, or might have been pushed down some stairs. That I'm not sure I can trust my own memory anymore. I sit at my kitchen table and look at the notes again. "You forgot me. I saw you. Stop hiding. I'm here." They're not threats exactly, but they're not innocent either. They're the words of someone who refuses to let go, who has been waiting for me to remember something I might be better off forgetting. The photographs from the locker are still spread across my bed. I gather them up and put them in a box. Tomorrow, I'll decide what to do with them. Tonight, I just want to sleep without dreaming about bags or keys or houses that smell like laundry, detergent, and desperation. But as I turn off the lights, I catch a glimpse of movement outside my window. Someone standing under the street light, just far enough away that I can't make out their face. They're wearing a dark hoodie, and they're watching my house. I close the curtains and triple-check the locks. The bags are still in my trunk, but I don't plan to use them anymore. I don't plan to go back to that house, or to see her again, or to try to remember what I've apparently worked so hard to forget. But as I lie in bed, listening to the sounds of the night, I can't shake the feeling that forgetting might not be a choice I get to make twice. Crime 7, I bought a second-hand office chair and took it downstairs. For no reason, I sat in it and felt watched. I noticed the seat was turned toward a blank cinder block wall. I spun it to face me, comforted. When I returned upstairs, I felt compelled to check again, and it had rotated back. I locked it against the wall. Next morning, it was again facing inward, center staged. I disassembled it, tore into the frame. Inside were notes carved upside down, turn back, don't look. Now I'm sleeping upstairs, and I still feel the chair watching, waiting for me to come down. The chair came from an estate sale 3 blocks from my house. The woman running it barely looked up when I asked about it. Her fingers drummed against the card table, and she quoted a price so low I wondered if she was trying to get rid of it. The fabric was worn but clean. The mechanism still worked perfectly. I loaded it into my car and drove home, already planning where it would fit in my basement office. What I didn't expect was the way it felt to sit in it. The cushion had a depression shaped by someone else's body. When I settled into it, my spine aligned perfectly with grooves I hadn't noticed before. The chair held me like it remembered its previous owner. I spun it around to face my desk, but something made me pause. The way it had been positioned when I brought it down, facing that blank wall, seemed deliberate, intentional. I spent the afternoon setting up my workspace, but I kept glancing at the chair. Every time I looked away and back, it seemed to have shifted slightly, just a degree or two, but enough to notice. I told myself it was the uneven floor, old foundation settling. Houses do that, furniture shifts. That evening I went upstairs for dinner and found myself thinking about the chair, about how it felt occupied even when empty. I walked back downstairs and froze. The chair was facing the wall again, exactly as I'd found it. I stood there for several minutes, listening to the silence, before forcing myself to spin it back toward the desk. This time I made sure to lock the wheels. The next morning I found it facing the wall. The wheels were still locked. I crouched down and examined the mechanism, running my fingers along the metal base. No obvious damage, no reason it should move on its own. But as I knelt there, I noticed something else. Scratches in the concrete floor, subtle but unmistakable. Curved lines that traced the chair's rotation pattern. They were old, worn smooth by repetition. I called the estate sale woman. She answered on the 4th ring, her voice cautious when I identified myself. I asked about the chair's history, about the person who owned it before. She was quiet for a long moment before telling me it belonged to her brother. He'd worked from home, spent most of his time in his basement office. She said he'd died recently, and when I pressed for details, she hung up. The public records told a different story. Her brother had been missing for 6 months before they found him. The details were sparse, but what emerged painted a picture of someone who'd become increasingly isolated. Neighbors reported seeing him less and less. Mail piled up. The only sign of life was a light in his basement window that stayed on around the clock. I drove past his house. It was 3 blocks away, just as the woman had said. The basement window was still visible from the street, though boarded up now. I parked and walked around the property, noting how the basement would have been positioned. If someone sat in that chair, facing inward, they would have been looking at the wall that separated the basement from the neighbor's yard. The neighbor was an elderly man who invited me in for coffee when I knocked. He remembered the previous owner well, said he'd seemed like a nice enough fellow until the last few months, started keeping odd hours, coming and going at strange times. The man lowered his voice when he told me about the sounds. Voices coming from the basement, but only one person lived there. Conversations that went on for hours, sometimes lasting all night. I asked if he'd heard anything recently. He shook his head, but his eyes darted toward the window that faced the now empty house. Said he still heard things sometimes, but maybe it was just the pipes. Old houses make sounds. Back home, I stood in my basement staring at the chair. I'd positioned it facing my desk again, but now I was noticing other things. The way the concrete wall directly in front of it had subtle discoloration, as if someone had stared at it for hours. The way the overhead light cast shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I decided to disassemble the chair. If there was something wrong with the mechanism, I'd find it. I flipped it over and began removing screws from the base. The metal frame came apart easily, too easily. Someone had taken it apart before recently. The screws weren't seated properly, and several were completely loose. Inside the main column, wedged between the hydraulic mechanism and the outer casing, I found them. Pieces of paper, folded small and crammed into the space. My hands shook as I unfolded them. The handwriting was shaky, desperate, notes written in different colored ink as if composed over time. Turn back, don't look, they're watching. The wall sees everything. One note was longer, written in pencil so light I had to hold it up to the light to read it. I know what I did. I know why the chair won't stay turned. Every time I try to look away, it brings me back, makes me face what I did. The wall knows, the wall remembers. I found 17 notes in total. The last one was written in red ink, the words pressed so hard into the paper that they'd torn through in places. I can't stop watching, I can't stop seeing. Even when I close my eyes, the wall shows me. Over and over, what I buried, what I hid, what I thought nobody would ever find. I called the police and told them about the notes. They took my statement, collected the evidence, but their interest seemed perfunctory. The case was closed, they said. The man had been found, the cause of death determined. What I discovered was interesting but not relevant to their investigation. I asked how he died. The officer looked at me for a long moment before answering. Dehydration, he said, starvation. They'd found him in his basement, sitting in a chair facing the wall. He'd been there for days, maybe weeks. No signs of struggle, no indication of foul play. Just a man who'd stopped eating, stopped drinking, stopped doing anything except sitting and staring at a blank wall. I reassembled the chair, but I couldn't bring myself to sit in it. Instead, I positioned it in the corner of my basement, facing away from everything. But each morning I found it had moved. Not much, just a slight adjustment, always rotating back toward that wall. I started spending more time downstairs watching the chair, waiting for it to move. I never saw it happen, but I knew it was happening. The scratches in the concrete were getting deeper, more pronounced, and sometimes when the light hit the wall just right, I could see marks there too, faint impressions as if someone had pressed their hands against the concrete over and over. The neighbor mentioned something that made me pause. He said the previous owner had been doing construction work in his basement before he disappeared. Digging, moving concrete around. Said he'd asked about it once and the man had claimed he was installing a new foundation drain. But the neighbor never saw any contractors, never heard any heavy machinery. Just the sound of digging late at night. I started researching the property records, looking for any history of construction permits or basement modifications. What I found was a gap in the records. Applications submitted but never approved. Permits requested but never issued. As if someone had been planning extensive basement work but had never gotten official permission. The chair faces the wall now and I don't fight it anymore. I've learned to read the signs, to understand what it's trying to tell me. Sometimes I sit in it, facing that blank concrete surface, and I think about what might be hidden behind it, what someone might have been trying to protect, or hide, or forget. I've started hearing sounds too, not voices like the neighbor described, but something else. A soft scraping like fingernails against concrete. A rhythmic tapping like someone drumming their fingers against a hard surface. always coming from the direction of the wall, always stopping when I moved to investigate. The notes make more sense now. Turn back wasn't a warning to stay away. It was an instruction to face the truth. Don't look wasn't about avoiding something frightening. It was about the impossibility of looking away once you understand what you're seeing. I've contacted a concrete contractor, told them I want to install that foundation drain the previous owner had planned. They're coming next week to assess the wall, to determine what kind of work would be involved. I haven't told them about the chair, or the notes, or the sounds I hear at night. But I have a feeling they're going to find something. Something that explains why a man spent his final days staring at a wall, why a chair refuses to face anywhere else, why the concrete seems to pulse with its own rhythm when the light hits it just right. The chair is waiting, the wall is watching, and I'm beginning to understand that some secrets are too heavy to stay buried forever. Crime 8, my pool filter clogged weirdly heavy. When I opened it, I found a shoelace, a torn piece of clothing, and a witness statement scrawled on tissue. "We saw you, we're sorry." All soaked, half dissolved. I read and reread it, but the wording didn't match who I am. I rinsed it and held it under water in protest. The ink ran, forming shapes I didn't write. Now I can't swim, I can't clean. I'm afraid I'll drain the pool and find more evidence or more messages, and realize I'm already involved in something unthinkable. The fabric felt wrong between my fingers, too smooth, too expensive for something that should have been debris. I spread it on my kitchen counter, watching water pool around the edges. The material had a pattern, small flowers, delicate stitching. The kind of detail someone would remember, the kind of detail that would matter in a statement. I called the maintenance company, asked if they'd serviced other pools in the neighborhood recently. The woman on the phone paused too long before answering. She said they'd been busy, very busy. Her voice carried something I couldn't place, concern maybe, or recognition. When I mentioned the clogged filter, she asked if I'd found anything unusual. The question felt loaded, like she already knew what I might discover. That evening I walked through my backyard differently. The pool looked innocent under the porch light, but I found myself studying the surrounding fence. The gate latch showed fresh scratches. Someone had been here. Someone had used my pool as a place to dispose of something, or someone had been watching from the water, writing messages they never intended to deliver. I checked the security cameras I'd installed after the break-ins in the neighborhood. The footage from 2 nights ago showed nothing unusual until I slowed it down. A shadow moved across the pool area, too large to be an animal, too deliberate to be wind. The timestamp read just past midnight, but the figure appeared for only 3 frames before disappearing, like they knew exactly where the camera's blind spots were. The next morning I found myself at the local laundromat, asking the owner if anyone had come in recently looking distressed. Had anyone mentioned losing clothes or needing to clean something urgently? The man behind the counter studied my face carefully. He said people came in all the time with stories. Most of them were running from something. Some were running toward something worse. I brought the tissue paper to a forensics expert I'd found online. She worked freelance, mostly insurance cases. When she saw the message, her expression shifted. She said the handwriting showed signs of distress, pressed too hard, letters formed under pressure, but something else caught her attention. The paper itself was expensive stationery, the kind used for official correspondence, not something someone would grab to write a desperate message. The expert asked if I'd considered that the message might not be about me at all. Maybe I'd become an accidental recipient of someone else's confession. Maybe my pool filter had caught evidence from a crime I never witnessed. Or maybe the message was planted, designed to make me question my own involvement in something I'd forgotten or repressed. I started paying attention to my neighbors differently. The woman who walked her dog past my house every morning avoided eye contact now. The man who lived 3 houses down had stopped mowing his lawn. Their routines had changed around the same time I'd found the evidence, like they were all waiting for something to happen. I researched missing persons cases in the area, found reports that had been filed and quietly closed, cases where the investigation had stalled because witnesses were unreliable or evidence was contaminated. I printed the reports and spread them across my dining table. Each case had gaps, missing hours, conflicting testimonies, physical evidence that didn't match the official story. One case stood out, a woman who disappeared while walking home from work. Her statement to police had mentioned seeing something suspicious in a residential pool area. She'd been planning to file a formal report the next day. That was 3 weeks ago. The investigation had been suspended due to lack of evidence, but her description of the location matched my backyard perfectly. I called the detective assigned to the case. He was reluctant to discuss details, but when I mentioned the witness statement I'd found, his tone changed. He asked if I'd be willing to come in for questioning. Not as a suspect, he assured me, just to help clarify some inconsistencies in the timeline. His word choice felt deliberate. Inconsistencies suggested they already knew more than they were sharing. The night before my appointment, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the handwriting expert's observation, the expensive stationery, the careful wording. We saw you, we're sorry. The plural pronoun bothered me most. Who was we, and why were they apologizing? I found myself standing by the pool in the dark, staring at the water. The filter hummed quietly, processing whatever debris had accumulated during the day. I thought about draining the entire pool, searching every corner for more evidence, but I was afraid of what I might find, afraid that more messages were still down there, waiting. Messages that would force me to confront the possibility that I wasn't just a random victim of someone else's crime. The reflection on the water's surface showed my face, but it looked different somehow, like I was seeing myself through someone else's eyes, through the eyes of someone who'd been watching, someone who'd been sorry about what they'd witnessed but had documented it anyway. I realized then that the message wasn't just evidence of a crime, it was a confession, and I was no longer sure whether I was the one who'd found it or the one who'd written it. Crime 9, I don't live in an old house. The walls are drywall and studs. Still, I often think I hear murmurs from within them, just barely audible. I pressed against the plaster and closed my eyes, listened. A rasp, a confession I never voiced. I pressed again, an apology I thought I'd buried. I smashed a section of wall open. No speakers, no hidden tech, just hollow space, but the whispers didn't stop. I taped up the hole, replaced the panel. Last night I heard a murmur through the taped seams. My own voice again, but unfamiliar. Maybe it's memory, maybe it's something much darker. The first recording arrived on a Tuesday. Someone had slipped it under my door while I was at work. A small digital recorder, the kind journalists use. I held it in my palm, feeling its weight. The plastic was warm, as if it had been clutched in someone's hand for hours. I pressed play. My voice filled the room, not exactly my voice, but close enough to make my skin crawl. The recording was grainy, distorted, but I could make out fragments. Words I remembered saying, words I wished I'd never said. The voice spoke about the neighbor's dog, how it barked through the fence. How the barking stopped after that weekend when the rain came down hard and the yard flooded. I turned off the recorder. My hands were shaking. I'd never owned a device like this. I'd never recorded myself talking about that dog, but somehow someone had captured my thoughts, my private moments of frustration, the moments when I'd wondered if the world might be quieter without certain sounds. The second recording came 3 days later. Same method, same anonymous delivery. This time the voice discussed the woman who lived across the street, the one who used to wave from her window every morning. The voice described her routine, her patterns, her vulnerability. It spoke with my inflection, my pauses, my particular way of choosing words when I thought no one was listening. I hadn't seen her at her window in weeks. Her mail was piling up. The newspapers were yellowing on her porch. I'd meant to check on her, but the recordings made me hesitate. They made me question what I might have said in private moments, what I might have thought when I believed I was alone. The third recording arrived with a note. Plain paper, block letters. Listen carefully. You'll recognize the location. I sat in my kitchen, staring at the recorder. The coffee in my mug had gone cold. I could smell something faint and metallic in the air, like old pennies or rust. This recording was different, cleaner, more recent. The voice was definitely mine, but I couldn't place when I'd said these words. It described a basement, concrete walls, a utility room behind a furnace. The voice spoke with clinical precision about hiding places, about spaces where sound didn't carry, about the weight of certain objects and how they might be moved without leaving marks. I don't have a basement. My house sits on a slab foundation, but the description felt familiar, like a memory I'd tried to forget. The voice mentioned the smell of bleach mixed with something organic. It talked about the sound of water running through pipes, how it could mask other sounds if you timed it right. I walked to my bathroom and turned on the faucet. The water pressure was weak, the flow uneven. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard the pipes groaning. Somewhere in that mechanical symphony, I caught something else, a rhythm that wasn't quite random, a pattern that sounded almost like breathing. The fourth recording came with a photograph, black and white, slightly blurred, a basement that looked exactly like the one described in the previous recording. Concrete walls, a utility room, a furnace with pipes snaking overhead. In the corner, barely visible, was a shape that could have been a person or could have been shadows playing tricks. I studied the photo under my kitchen light. There was no return address on the envelope, no postmark, just my name written in the same block letters as the previous note. The photograph smelled like chemicals, like a darkroom, but also like something else. Something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. The voice in the fourth recording was whispering. It spoke about trust, about how people let you into their homes when they shouldn't, about how easy it was to learn someone's routine, their weaknesses, their blind spots. It mentioned the woman across the street again, how she'd invited me over for coffee once, how she'd shown me her house, her security system, her spare key hidden under the flower pot. I hadn't thought about that coffee invitation in months. She'd been lonely, talkative. She'd told me about her schedule, her habits, her fears. She'd mentioned how she sometimes heard noises at night, how she'd been thinking about getting a dog for protection. I'd listened politely, offered reassurance. I'd forgotten most of our conversation until the recording brought it back. But the voice remembered everything. It recounted details I'd pushed from my mind, the way she'd touched my arm when she laughed, how she'd mentioned her medication, how it made her sleep deeply, how she'd shown me the window she sometimes forgot to lock. I drove past her house that evening. The newspapers were gone. The mailbox was empty. A for sale sign had appeared in the yard. The house looked different somehow, smaller. The windows were dark, but I thought I saw movement behind the curtains, a shadow that could have been anyone. The fifth recording arrived with a key, old-fashioned brass with teeth that looked hand-filed. The accompanying note was longer this time. You know what this opens, you know where to find the answers. The key was warm in my palm, and I noticed scratches on the metal, fresh scratches as if it had been used recently. The recording was longer too, nearly an hour of my voice describing a routine. Wake up early, check the street, wait for the right moment. The voice spoke about patience, about planning, about the importance of leaving no trace. It mentioned tools, specific tools, where to buy them, how to use them, how to clean them afterward. I checked my toolbox. Nothing was missing, but everything seemed slightly out of place. The screwdriver was in the wrong slot. The hammer had dust on it, but the handle was clean. The work gloves were folded differently than I remembered. Someone had been in my garage, someone who knew exactly where I kept things. The voice in the recording mentioned the basement again, the one I supposedly didn't have. It gave specific directions: through the kitchen, down the narrow stairs, past the water heater, turn left at the workbench. The utility room is behind the green door. The key fits the lock that doesn't belong. I found myself standing in my kitchen, looking at the floor. The tiles were uniform, but there was a seam I'd never noticed before, a line that ran from the counter to the far wall. I pressed my foot against it and felt a slight give. The subflooring was hollow in places. The key was still in my hand. I'd been holding it so long that it had warmed to my body temperature. I walked to the wall where the seam ended. There was a section of baseboard that looked newer than the rest. The paint was slightly different. The nail holes were filled with putty that hadn't quite dried. I pried the baseboard away from the wall. Behind it was a narrow opening. Stairs leading down into darkness. Stairs that shouldn't exist. The air that drifted up smelled like the recordings, like chemicals and something else. Something that made me think of the woman across the street. The woman who used to wave from her window. I descended the stairs. The basement was exactly as the recordings had described. Concrete walls, utility room, furnace with pipes overhead. The green door was there, waiting. The key fit perfectly. Inside the utility room, I found more recordings, dozens of them, all labeled with dates, all featuring my voice. But also photographs, security camera footage, documents with my signature, evidence of things I couldn't remember doing, places I couldn't remember going, people I couldn't remember meeting. The woman across the street appeared in many of the photos. She was always alone, always unaware of being watched. The final recording was different. It wasn't my voice, it was hers, the woman from across the street. She was speaking to someone, pleading. The recording was recent, maybe days old. She mentioned my name. She said she'd figured it out. She said she was going to call someone, tell someone. She said she wasn't going to let me hurt anyone else. Then silence, then my voice again, but different, calmer, more controlled. It spoke about problems and solutions, about people who asked too many questions, about the importance of maintaining appearances, about how sometimes the only way to keep a secret was to bury it deeper. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The recordings keep coming, the basement keeps growing, more rooms, more evidence, more voices I don't remember speaking. The woman across the street hasn't been seen in weeks. The for sale sign is gone, the house is empty. But I still hear the whispers in my walls, and sometimes late at night I hear knocking. Someone trying to get out, someone trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. The walls remember what I've forgotten. The walls know what I've done, and they're not going to let me forget much longer. Story 10. Renovations always bring forth the unexpected, a dance of uncovering secrets long buried. Among the debris of old newspapers and forgotten trinkets, there lies a tale waiting to be whispered. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the allure of a Victorian-era home, embarked on a journey of restoration, unaware of the shadows that lurked within its walls. As they lifted the floorboards with anticipation, a delicate letter, hidden for decades, greeted them with cryptic warnings. The ink, faded with time, bore the haunting words, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before their trembling hands could fully grasp the weight of this eerie message, the house itself seemed to shudder with 3 sharp raps, a chilling echo reverberating through the empty rooms. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned eyes and hands that knew the language of evidence, arrived to unravel the mystery that had been disturbed. The note, now tainted by the touch of the unsuspecting couple, held secrets that begged to be unveiled. Sarah and Michael, innocent in their bewilderment, shared their encounter with the phantom knocks that had awakened ancient fears within the house's time-worn walls. Reed, a seeker of truths buried deep, delved into the history of the abode and its former inhabitants, unearthing layers of intrigue that whispered of a past stained with shadows. The house, once a sanctuary for the Hargrove family, now stood as a silent witness to secrets long kept hidden. Franklin and Margaret, the enigmatic figures of the past, held within their story the key to unlocking the darkness that seeped through the cracks of time. Franklin, a man of respected stature in the community, harbored a secret burden that twisted his mind in his final years, a debt owed to a shadowy figure known as the Collector, Victor Mercer. Reed's investigation unfurled a tapestry of betrayal and desperation woven through the lives of the Hargroves. Franklin's descent into paranoia, fueled by the relentless specter of the Collector's looming presence, painted a portrait of a man haunted by debts unpaid and sins unconfessed. Margaret, a silent witness to her husband's unraveling, bore the weight of secrets that threatened to consume her fragile existence. Through whispers of the past and the fading memories of those who had known the Hargroves, Reed pieced together a narrative of betrayal and tragedy. The Collector, a phantom of debts unpaid, had knocked thrice upon the door of the Hargrove home, sealing their fate in a dance of shadows and deceit. Franklin's final act of defiance, driven by love and madness, had cast a veil of silence over the horrors that lay buried beneath the floorboards. As Reed and her team delved deeper into the darkness that clung to the house, the truth emerged from its hiding place, a skeleton, once flesh and blood, now a silent witness to a crime long forgotten. Victor Mercer, the collector of debts and harbinger of doom, lay entombed beneath the foundation, his fate intertwined with the tragic tale of the Hargroves. The diary of Margaret, a testament to the torment she endured in silence, spoke of the phantom knocks that haunted her days and nights, a reminder of a past she could not escape. Reed, with a heavy heart burdened by the weight of untold stories, closed the case with a sense of closure that offered little solace to the restless spirits that lingered within the house. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark legacy, chose to part ways with the Victorian beauty that held within its walls the echoes of a tragedy long gone. The renovations halted, the house stood in silent vigil, a monument to the sins of the past and the secrets that lay buried beneath its facade. Whispers in the night spoke of 3 distinct knocks that echoed through the empty halls, a reminder of the darkness that lingered within the house's soul. Whether it was the settling of old wood or the restless spirit of the past seeking solace, the truth remained shrouded in mystery. And as Detective Reed closed the chapter on the haunting tale of the Hargroves and the Collector, she knew that some mysteries were destined to remain unsolved, their truths hidden in the shadows of time, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. Story 11, in the dim light of the attic, nestled beneath a worn blanket, they discovered it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of deep blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple enthralled by the allure of a Victorian house they had acquired at an auction, stumbled upon this forgotten relic. At first, they dismissed it as just another forgotten treasure of the past. Yet as night descended and they retired to their bed, a peculiar sensation lingered in the air. A heaviness, a stillness that wrapped around them like a shroud. And when morning broke, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the early light. The tale took a darker turn when Detective Rachel Winters was summoned to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom held a macabre tableau, the female victim arranged in a grotesque pose, her eyes wide with fear, while the male victim seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. No signs of struggle, no forced entry, just an eerie stillness that hung in the air like a haunting melody. As Detective Winters delved into the investigation, a chilling pattern emerged. Previous owners of the house had met mysterious ends, their deaths shrouded in shadows of the unknown. Whispers of strange occurrences, a child's laughter in the dead of night, phantom footsteps echoing through empty halls wove a tapestry of unease around the property. Forensic analysis uncovered traces of vintage fabrics, fibers that whispered of antique doll clothing, scattered throughout the house. But no fingerprints, no DNA, no tangible evidence of a human presence besides the victims themselves. It was as if an unseen hand had orchestrated the tragedy, leaving behind only whispers of its touch. A thread of history led Detective Winters to a doll maker who had once resided in the house, a man rumored to imbue his creations with more than mere craftsmanship. Legends spoke of rituals, of spirits bound to inanimate forms, of dolls that moved when no eyes beheld them. And at the heart of it all, a doll, a perfect replica of his deceased daughter, a doll that held a darkness within its delicate porcelain frame. The investigation spiraled into the realm of the supernatural, as whispers of arcane practices and forbidden knowledge danced on the edges of reality. The doll, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, seemed to hold the key to a mystery that defied rational explanation. And then, in a twist of fate as eerie as the tale itself, the doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions and a chilling sense of unease. Detective Winters, her once steadfast resolve shaken to its core, retired from the force, carrying with her a secret she dared not speak aloud. The house, tainted by a history of sorrow and whispers, passed into new hands, its attic holding only echoes of the past. Yet on moonlit nights, whispers would drift through the neighborhood, a shadow flitting behind attic windows, a melody of childlike laughter that lingered in the stillness of the night. And so the tale of Sarah and Michael, of Detective Winters, and of the haunted doll faded into the fabric of the house's history, a mystery unsolved, a darkness unbound. The attic remained untouched, a silent guardian of secrets long forgotten, while the doll-maker's legacy lived on in whispers and shadows, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Story 12. Hidden within the depths of the woods, there stood a house that the town whispered about in hushed tones. Its presence was eerie, with windows shrouded in darkness and a porch burdened by the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins remained a mystery lost to the ages. But when a group of daring hikers strayed too close, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ominous messages. And at the very bottom, a name unknown to any of them, fresh and untouched until that moment. A name that sent shivers down their spines when one of them dared to utter, "That's mine." Under the veil of night, a call came through to dispatch, a simple report of trespassing. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the intrepid hiker who had discovered his own name engraved into the forsaken house. What the responding officers anticipated to be a routine case of mischief among youths soon unraveled into a web of inexplicable enigmas. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness cloaked the forest, her flashlight cutting through the shadows to reveal the weathered facade of the structure. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the eastern wall, some faded with time while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. and among them unmistakably was Mason Wright, the wood still bearing the scent of freshly cut timber. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words mingling with the frosty air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be etched in this place of shadows and secrets." The investigation commenced with thorough background checks on each name inscribed on the walls. What the detective team uncovered sent chills down their spines. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the course of 4 haunting decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others lingered as unresolved mysteries. Yet a harrowing similarity bound them all. The vanished had all been lone hikers lost to the wilderness. Forensic experts meticulously cataloged each carving, noting the depths of the cuts, the techniques employed, and the erosion patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, linked to a missing persons case from 37 years prior, recounting the tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Detective Keller delved deep into Mason's past, but his story remained unwavering. He professed no ties to the area beyond his recent trek with college companions, chosen at random from an online suggestion. His history bore no connection to the other names haunting the walls outside. Suspicion then turned to Mason's comrades. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots from their expedition, revealing a disconcerting presence in the background of several images, a blurred figure resembling a tall, slender man, always lurking amidst the trees. Intrigued and unsettled, Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the interior of the desolate house. Amidst the dust and debris, a chilling revelation awaited in the basement, a meticulous arrangement of personal effects belonging to the lost hikers, lined up with precision on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, all tagged with the names etched outside. Beneath the ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains on the concrete floor whispered of attempts to erase the evidence of past horrors. As the inquiry deepened, peculiar occurrences began to plague Mason Wright. Whispers in the dead of night, phantom footprints leading to his doorstep, shadowy figures lingering in the periphery of his vision. The police assigned a guard to watch over him, yet his paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough emerged when historical records unearthed the house's previous owner, a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Tales from neighbors painted a picture of a tall, gaunt recluse who shunned society, disappearing without a trace 15 years ago, his absence met with indifference. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller and her team expanded their search to the encompassing forest. Amongst the trees, they stumbled upon crude hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails. Within one lurked a journal, chronicling meticulous observations of hikers, their routines, equipment, vulnerabilities. The script within mirrored the few known samples of Victor Blackwood's handwriting, its contents evolving from animal hunts to a chilling fixation on human prey. The manhunt for Blackwood intensified across jurisdictions, with helicopters scouring the terrain and tactical units combing every nook and cranny. Yet the elusive predator remained beyond reach. Meanwhile, Mason grew increasingly elusive, his apartment deserted, a cryptic message carved into his bedroom wall. The search for Mason and the missing forensic technician stretched on fruitlessly. But a startling revelation awaited in the recesses of Blackwood's house, a hidden workshop housing woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a name not yet affixed to the exterior wall, one that struck a chord of recognition within Detective Keller. A surveillance net was cast around the house, cameras poised to catch any movement, sensors alert for trespassers. And on a fateful night the trap sprung, capturing a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall, unnaturally slender. As the tactical teams closed in, the cameras faltered, only to restore vision to an empty scene. The elusive figure vanished without a trace. To this day the house stands under vigilant watch, a sentinel over the ancient woods. Mason Wright and the technician remain lost to the shadows, their fate entwined with the enigma of the house. And as new vanishings echo through the forested realms, the names on the wall endure as a chilling legend, a tale that few dare to recount, lest they too become a part of that haunting roster, the names unspoken, lost to the mysteries of the woods. Story 13. In the quiet depths of the night, a pocket dial echoed through the stillness, not just static and muffled sounds, but a voice that pierced through the darkness. A woman's desperate whisper reached out, trembling with urgency. He's here. And then silence descended like a heavy veil. The number traced back to an empty house, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past, abandoned and forgotten by time. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances in the dust that settled like a shroud over the deserted rooms. Yet in the dim light of the kitchen, the phone sat upon the counter, its screen casting an eerie glow. The call had been made mere moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn to the playback button, her fingers hovering over it for the 5th time. The haunting whisper lingered in her mind, laden with fear, with impossibility, with a mystery that defied rational explanation. This abandoned dwelling had once belonged to the Sullivans, until a fire had torn through its walls, driving them to seek refuge elsewhere. Since then, the house stood silent, haunted only by memories. As Detective Reed turned to her partner, Detective Walsh, a question hung heavy in the air. "Background check on the number," she inquired, her voice a mere whisper in the shadows. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter," came the reply. "She passed away 3 years ago in a tragic accident." The phone in the evidence bag seemed to mock them with its silent presence, a device from beyond the grave, making calls from a house abandoned by the living. The dust around it disturbed in a peculiar pattern, as though it had materialized out of thin air. The forensic team's efforts yielded no fingerprints of value, no trace of a presence that could be pinned down. The doors remained locked, the windows sealed against the encroaching night. And so the recording became the heart of their inquiry, those 11 seconds of static, of breath, of words that echoed through the darkness. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible, linking the voice on the call to Catherine Sullivan with a certainty that sent shivers down their spines. The timestamp revealed a chilling truth. The call had occurred at the exact moment of Catherine's passing, 3 years prior, down to the very minute. Interviews followed, each one unveiling a fragment of a shattered past. The father, now remarried, stood bewildered at the edge of a mystery he could not comprehend. The mother, alone in her solitude, wept at the sound of her daughter's voice, laden with fear and despair. And Mark Jennings, Catherine's former lover, bore the weight of suspicion upon his shoulders, his alibi a fragile shield against the whispers of the past. But it was a journal unearthed from the depths of forgotten memories that unraveled the tangled threads of deception. Catherine's words, penned in ink and heartache, spoke of a love turned sour, of a bond twisted into chains of control and fear. The final entry stood as a testament to her terror, a warning etched in desperation. Confronted once more, Mark's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence. Denials faltered, excuses crumbled, and the truth emerged from the shadows like a specter seeking justice. The buried phone, unearthed from its silent grave, whispered secrets of a life cut short by betrayal and malice. Deleted texts painted a picture of a fateful night, of a chase through the darkness, of a life snuffed out by a hand that once claimed to love. As the truth came to light, Mark's facade shattered completely. His apartment bore witness to his obsession, to his twisted game of manipulation and deceit. The ghost call, a cruel trick played upon the living, a macabre dance of lies spun from the threads of a shattered soul. And so, as the wheels of justice turned, as the truth emerged from the shadows, Mark found himself facing the consequences of his sins. In a courtroom heavy with the weight of grief and loss, the jury's verdict rang out, a verdict of guilt, of justice served to a soul silenced too soon. As the echoes of the trial faded into the night, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, a silent tribute to a daughter lost but never forgotten. The phone from the abandoned house remained a relic of the past, its silent presence a reminder that even in death, voices can still be heard, truths can still be uncovered. And so the abandoned house stood as a testament to the power of a voice that refused to be silenced. A story that whispered through the ages, a story of love and betrayal, of fear and courage, of a soul that found justice in the echoes of the night. Story 14. The dwelling had sat untouched for years, shrouded in whispers of a vanished presence. Whispers that lingered among the neighbors like a fading echo. The house's stillness seemed to hold secrets within its walls, secrets only the bravest souls dared to uncover. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, a chill crept through the air, and they discovered a bedroom with a door tightly sealed from within. With a determined effort, they forced it open, revealing a room frozen in time. The atmosphere was thick with neglect, dust dancing in the air like forgotten memories. Everything appeared eerily pristine, the bed neatly made, the mirror devoid of smudges. But amidst the eerie stillness, a solitary candle stood as a silent sentinel, its melted wax a solemn testimony to the passage of time, frozen in place like tears turned to stone. Atop the desk lay a notebook, its pages whispering of a tale long hidden. Detective Morgan sifted through the entries, each stroke of ink a haunting echo of a life abruptly halted. The handwriting belonged to Elise Winters, a young woman who had vanished into the shadows years ago, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. In meticulous script, Elise's words unfolded a chilling narrative, a tale of unease, of a lurking presence that haunted her every move. "I know he's watching me tonight," her final entry revealed, etched onto the page with a trembling urgency. The ink bore the weight of unspoken fears, of a truth waiting to be unearthed. As the detective delved deeper into Elise's world, a web of deceit and betrayal began to unravel. Elise, a paralegal entangled in the webs of a prestigious law firm, had stumbled upon secrets that threatened to shatter the facade of power and privilege. Amidst the shadows of the room, the truth slowly emerged, a sinister conspiracy woven into the fabric of her disappearance. The pieces of the puzzle lay scattered, waiting to be assembled, to reveal the dark underbelly of corruption that lay hidden in plain sight. Forensics uncovered a trail of deceit, a trail that led to a safe deposit box, to hidden recordings that echoed with the voices of those who sought to bury the truth beneath layers of deception. Elise's voice, a beacon of defiance in the darkness, echoed through the room, a testament to her courage in the face of danger. As the investigation deepened, shadows of guilt began to surface, casting a pall over those who thought themselves untouchable. The truth, like a flickering flame in the night, refused to be extinguished, illuminating the darkest corners of the human soul. In a courtroom draped in silence, the echoes of Elise's voice reverberated, a haunting reminder of a life cut short by greed and malice. Justice, though delayed, found its mark, bringing to light the sins of the powerful and the voiceless cries of those silenced by corruption. The house, once a bastion of secrets, now stood empty, a monument to the truth that refused to be buried. Its walls whispered of a young woman's courage, of a battle fought in shadows and won in the light of justice. And so the house remained a silent witness to a tale of darkness and redemption, a testament to the enduring power of truth in a world shrouded in lies. The whispers of the past lingered in the air, a gentle lullaby that soothed the restless souls who dared to listen, guiding them into the realm of dreams where mysteries lay unveiled. Story 15. In the dimly lit apartment, shadows danced across the walls like fleeting memories. The old heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, creating a symphony of creaks and whispers that echoed through the empty rooms. It was a place frozen in time, where the past lingered like a ghost in the corners. One night, as the world outside fell into a hushed slumber, she heard it. A voice, soft and distant, seeping through the ancient vents like a secret carried on the breeze. It wasn't just a trick of the mind, nor the murmur of a passing neighbor. It was a whisper, calling her name with a haunting familiarity that sent shivers down her spine. Curiosity mingled with fear as she pressed her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart drumming a frantic beat in her chest. A sudden rush of icy air brushed against her cheek, a ghostly caress that made her gasp. And then, almost teasingly, the voice spoke again, barely above a breath. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the center of the abandoned apartment, a lone figure bathed in the soft glow of flickering lights. Her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover, pried open as if beckoning her into the hidden depths beyond. Around her, the forensics team moved with practiced precision, capturing the scene in flashes of light and shadow. Alina Reeves, the missing woman whose fate had led them here, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Her disappearance had gone unnoticed until a faint odor had permeated the building, a scent of decay that whispered of tragedy. And what they uncovered within the bowels of the ventilation system defied all logic and reason. Officer Patel recited details from his notepad, his voice a solemn cadence in the stillness. Alina had spoken of voices in the vents, of unseen watchers that haunted her waking hours, but her pleas had fallen on deaf ears, dismissed as the ramblings of a troubled mind by those who should have listened. Shaw knelt beside the vent, tracing the deep gouges etched into the metal with a sense of unease settling in her bones. These marks were not the result of mere wear and tear. They were the desperate clawings of someone trapped in a nightmare, fighting to break free from an invisible prison. The pieces began to form a chilling puzzle as Shaw delved deeper into Alina's life. A beloved teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, she had radiated warmth and kindness to all who knew her. But beneath the veneer of normalcy lay a tapestry of fear and paranoia, woven by unseen hands that whispered in the darkness. The forensics report painted a macabre picture of a predator lurking in the shadows, preying on the unsuspecting souls that called the building home. Fibers from Alina's favorite sweater caught in the vent, a stranger's fingerprint on the inside of the cover, a web of deceit spun by a master manipulator. As Shaw listened to the haunting recordings recovered from Alina's phone, a sense of dread settled over her like a shroud. The whispered conversations, the eerie silences, the voice that spoke of longing and possession, all woven together in a tapestry of madness that threatened to consume them all. The building itself held secrets long buried in its aging walls, a history of tenants driven to madness, of whispers that echoed through the halls like a curse passed down through generations. And at the heart of it all stood Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent with keys to every door and a smile that hid a darkness beyond comprehension. During questioning, Weber remained stoic, his gaze unfaltering as he spun tales of old pipes and settling foundations. But when pressed about the occupants of apartment 4B, a flicker of something malevolent passed through his eyes, a shadow of guilt that lingered like a stain on his soul. The truth unraveled like a thread pulled from a tapestry as forensics unearthed a hidden passage in Aliner's bathroom, a gateway to a realm of nightmares concealed within the walls. A labyrinth of corridors and vents where a predator had roamed unchecked, weaving his web of deceit with meticulous care. Weber's pristine facade crumbled in the face of damning evidence, his computer a repository of stolen moments and twisted obsessions. Images captured through peepholes, conversations intercepted in the dead of night, a digital diary of a man consumed by a madness that whispered of ancient evils. The final pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Shaw uncovered a storage unit filled with relics of past victims, each item a testament to a life stolen and a soul corrupted. Weber's arrest was a formality, a ritual of justice carried out in the shadows of a building that bore witness to unspeakable horrors. As the trial unfolded, the courtroom became a stage for a macabre drama, a clash of light and darkness that culminated in a verdict that echoed through the empty halls like a tolling bell. Guilty on all counts, Weber's fate was sealed, his legacy of whispers forever silenced. But the building itself remained a mausoleum of lost souls, a monument to the darkness that lurked within its crumbling walls. Residents came and went, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridors, their voices swallowed by the shadows that whispered of a past that refused to be forgotten. And so the apartment building stood as a silent sentinel to a horror that lay buried in its very foundations, a tale of madness and obsession that whispered through the vents, carrying echoes of a voice that would never be silenced. The past lingered like a restless spirit, a haunting presence that whispered in the walls, a reminder of the secrets that lay hidden in the heart of the old, forgotten building. Story 16, in the midst of a storm, a leak in the roof forced her to venture into the attic, a place she had always avoided. The attic greeted her with a scene of neglect, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the shadows of the far corner, an old dollhouse caught her eye, intricately detailed with tiny furniture meticulously arranged. But as she peered closer, a sense of unease crept over her. The miniature figures within were not mere dolls, they were exquisitely hand-carved replicas of her family, each miniature person mirroring the exact positions of her family downstairs, except for one unsettling detail. The figure meant to represent her was not seated, but standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the grooves where the small wooden figure stood. A shiver ran down her spine, separate from the chill of the draft whispering through the attic rafters. The dollhouse's presence was inexplicable. This house was not her childhood abode, but a temporary rental her family had recently moved into. The discovery prompted Rebecca to contact the authorities in a panic. Law enforcement officers rushed to the suburban residence, finding a family in distress, refusing to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as a prank or the imaginings of a family adjusting to a new home. However, the intricate details of the dollhouse figures struck a chord with Detective Harmon. Each tiny figure captured unique characteristics of the family members, an uncanny reflection of reality. The turning point came when fingerprints on the dollhouse did not match anyone in the family. Further investigation unveiled microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system beneath the dollhouse. Reviewing the Morgan family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the miniature figures did not merely mimic the family's current positions. They replicated exact postures from various days, indicating a prolonged period of observation. We realized we were dealing with more than just stalking, Detective Harmon explained. The perpetrator displayed an unprecedented level of obsession. The investigation led to the discovery of a concealed basement entrance behind a pantry wall. Inside, evidence suggested someone had been living there before the Morgans, unnoticed. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at an extended stay beneath the family's feet. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators, as records indicated the house had been vacant for almost a year prior to the Morgan family's arrival. Interviews with neighbors offered little insight except for sporadic sightings of lights in the unoccupied home. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Surveillance data from the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town. The apartment's walls were plastered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants. Journal entries meticulously detailed the daily routines of each person. Most chilling was the workshop filled with incomplete dollhouses representing various homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased former homeowners. Financial records hinted at his mounting debts post-parents' demise. Instead of selling the house, he fashioned a hidden living space, staying there while renting it out. The dollhouse served as his control hub, with each miniature figure symbolizing someone under his watchful eye. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, attributing his actions to a need for control over his childhood home. He revealed that the figures were a means to convey his constant surveillance. Psychological evaluations uncovered a delusional fixation on possession, stemming from an inability to cope with his loss. The Morgan family chose never to return to the house, haunted by the realization that they had been mere pawns in Wells's twisted game. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws regarding property histories and agents' responsibilities. The judge, in sentencing, acknowledged the profound violations suffered by the Morgan family. The extent of Wells's covert activities, documented in his journals, hinted at a prolonged history of intrusion into unsuspecting homes. The Morgans resettled elsewhere, but Rebecca admitted lingering feelings of unease, compulsively checking nooks and crannies for hidden eyes. She rid their new home of all dollhouses and miniatures. Some days the feeling of being watched still lingers, she confided. I wonder if somewhere out there, a tiny version of me is being manipulated in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover. Story 17. The aged apartment possessed its idiosyncrasies, pipes groaning, floorboards creaking. Yet the new tenant discerned that what she heard was beyond the norm. The footfalls were too methodical, too deliberate. They emanated from above, slow and measured. However, she resided on the highest floor. One night, mustering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose not to disclose the knocking episode to anyone. She convinced herself it was merely the building settling, or perhaps a small creature that had infiltrated the attic space. Even as the footfalls persisted night after night, she adjusted, increasing her television volume, donning headphones to bed, anything to drown out the rhythmic footsteps that traversed her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris was first apprised of the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to mend a water leak. Behind it, he unearthed a narrow passageway that defied the building plans. Upon shining his flashlight inside, the beam revealed a makeshift living quarter, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the police. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pallid and trembling. "Someone has been dwelling in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone has been watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her routine, her guests, her dinner choices, her television preferences, her shower timings, her sleep patterns. The handwriting commenced orderly but descended into erratic scribbles towards the final pages, with peculiar symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the concluding entry read. "She has opted to disregard me. No one disregards me." Forensic teams combed the crawl space and unearthed fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They unveiled a labyrinthine network of passages integrated into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades as per structural analysis. The passages interlinked with 5 different apartments, but culminated in vantage points, minute apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigative team interviewed current residents, none of whom reported anything extraordinary beyond the customary noises of apartment living. Former residents recounted a different narrative. 3 prior tenants of Sarah's apartment recounted feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had vacated after a mere 2 weeks. None had voiced their experiences, apprehensive of sounding paranoid. Breakthrough in the case occurred when forensics detected microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing traced it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had inhabited the apartment directly beneath Sarah's. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had grumbled about noises emanating from above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant residing above him at the time, a reticent man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin disappeared. Edward relocated the ensuing month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators scrutinized Edward's rental history and unearthed a trend. He had dwelled in 6 different apartment complexes over 2 decades. In each instance, he had requested top-floor units, forged minimal social connections, and eventually departed without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd abode recollected him as intense and recollected his frequent grievances about requiring silence. The investigators uncovered property records revealing that Edward had acquired remote rural land. Upon reaching the location, they stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photographs and notes, images of denizens from diverse apartment buildings encompassing Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, maps of ventilation systems and structural frailties, elaborate diaries delineating observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. At the core of the cabin stood a corkboard adorned with newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 of them, all past apartment residents from buildings where Edward had resided. Profound scratches marred the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something hefty had been dragged repetitively. Beyond the cabin, cadaver dogs guided investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation disclosed human remains, and then another burial site, and another. As forensic anthropologists embarked on the grim task of identifying the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, yet residents reported sporadic noises. Maintenance workers fitting new security systems stumbled upon something tucked into a corner where the ceiling intersected with the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, fresher than the initial one discovered. The opening page bore only one line: "They discovered my old abode, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored the previous notebook. The final page featured a crude depiction of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage delineated in red, and a date set for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her apartment deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, her television played, her shower ran. In the bathroom, steam veiled the mirror. As it dissipated, a message materialized, etched by a finger on the glass: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The hunt for Edward persists. Authorities have identified him as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovations. His comprehension of building structures enabled him to create his covert network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building unveiled no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains absent. Her case has been linked to analogous disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued alerts to apartment building managers regarding unauthorized alterations and concealed spaces. The vision that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the diaries or even the images of unsuspecting residents. It's the contemplation of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footfalls above her in an apartment devoid of an upstairs neighbor. The footfalls that ceased when she tapped and then tapped back. Occasionally at night, isolated in his own abode, Detective Morris discovers himself gazing up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and pondering who else might be listening too. Story 18: The Whispering House. She felt the urge to refresh the nursery, to paint over the faded blue walls that whispered stories of the past. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden message emerged from beneath the surface, cryptic and eerie. "Don't let it hear you." Her heart skipped a beat as she stumbled backward, noticing tiny handprints in the fresh paint, impossibly high on the wall. This unsettling discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home at a suspiciously low price, unaware of its dark history. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, greeted by a pregnant woman in paint-splattered overalls, her weary eyes hinting at sleepless nights. The trembling woman recounted finding the hidden message and handprints, revealing that the previous owners had vanished overnight, leaving behind only essential belongings in a hurried escape. Detective Klein explored the historic house, its aged floorboards groaning beneath her steps. Standing in the nursery, she studied the partially painted wall, the message still faintly visible next to 5 child-sized handprints etched into the wet paint. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records, uncovering a disturbing pattern of 8 rapid ownership changes in 30 years. Child welfare reports hinted at whispers from the walls and unseen watchers haunting the children who had lived there. Further research revealed the house's connection to Alina Blackwood, a widow who had run an orphanage on the premises, where 5 children had mysteriously disappeared. Interviews with former residents unveiled a recurring theme of eerie occurrences, moving toys, ghostly laughter, and unexplained drawings, culminating in the ominous messages uncovered during nursery repaintings. A forensic analysis linked the messages to Alina's handwriting, while the identical handprints hinted at a chilling continuity across generations. The investigation took a grim turn when ground-penetrating radar uncovered child-sized anomalies beneath the basement floor. Excavation revealed 5 sets of remains, confirming the tragic fate of Alina's orphan charges. Luminol exposed countless invisible handprints on the nursery walls, a silent testament to the children's desperate attempts to escape their captivity. Alina's journals detailed her twisted beliefs, her quest for eternal life through the children's sacrificed energy. The victims were finally laid to rest, their names redeemed from obscurity to victims of a heinous crime. The house, tainted by its dark past, stood abandoned as the pregnant couple refused to return, haunted by the lingering presence that pervaded the walls. Detective Klein concluded her report, capturing the eerie glow of the handprints under the luminol's light, a spectral reminder of the unspeakable horrors that had transpired within those walls. The nursery's demolition brought no solace, as workers reported spectral whispers echoing from the debris, refusing to stay after dusk fell. The condemned house became a relic of forgotten tragedy, a cold case shrouded in unanswered questions and restless spirits. The detective preserved a haunting photograph of 5 glowing handprints, a chilling memento of the unseen forces that lingered beyond the veil of time and paint, leaving an indelible mark on the whispering house. Story 19. The tale of the Victorian-era home unfolded like a delicate dance of secrets, unraveling beneath the peeling wallpaper. What started as a simple renovation project for Michael and Sarah Klein turned into a journey through time and mystery, guided by the haunting presence of a name, Alina Winters. As the layers of wallpaper were stripped away, the walls whispered a different narrative, a name repeated endlessly in ink as if trying to claw its way out of the past. Alina Winters, a name not found in the house's records, led the new tenants down a rabbit hole of intrigue and unease. The woman who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish, bore an uncanny resemblance to the missing Alina Winters from decades ago. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together in a chilling revelation that blurred the lines between past and present. Curiosity turned into obsession as the Kleins delved deeper, uncovering hidden truths and buried identities. The discovery of a hidden space beneath the floorboards revealed a tangled web of deception, with multiple identities linked to a singular face, the face of Margaret Cavendish, the enigmatic seller of their newfound home. But the true revelation came with the revelation of DNA evidence and fingerprints, painting a portrait of a fractured mind consumed by a dark obsession. Rebecca Eldridge, a psychiatric patient with dissociative identity disorder, had woven a complex tapestry of personas, with Alina at the center of her shattered reality. The walls of the house bore witness to Rebecca's inner turmoil, a desperate plea for recognition and redemption amidst the chaos of her fractured mind. The name scrawled across the walls became a haunting echo of a past long buried, a testament to a soul torn apart by obsession and guilt. As the investigation unfolded, the garden yielded its own dark secrets, revealing the final resting place of Alina Winters. The truth, long concealed beneath layers of deception, finally came to light, bringing justice to a story that had remained unresolved for 3 decades. The house that Michael and Sarah had hoped would be their sanctuary became a symbol of tragedy and intrigue, a place where the walls themselves whispered of a long-forgotten crime. And as the sun set on the old Victorian home, its legacy forever intertwined with a tale of loss and redemption, a sense of peace settled over the land, carrying with it the echoes of a mystery finally put to rest. Story 20. It arrived through the mail, nestled within a plain envelope devoid of any return address. A single brass key, its surface weathered by the relentless passage of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah, couldn't place where she had seen it before, yet a strange sense of familiarity lingered in the depths of her mind. As she tested the key in every lock within her possession, not a single one yielded to its touch. It did not belong to her abode. However, when she gently placed it upon the coffee table, the ancient grandfather clock stationed in the hallway let out a solitary, eerie chime despite its mechanism having long fallen into disrepair. Perplexed by this inexplicable occurrence, Sarah felt compelled to alert the authorities. What initially appeared as a mere oddity swiftly unraveled into a harrowing tale of intrigue and dread that would forever stain the tranquility of the quiet suburban neighborhood. The responding officer, quick to dismiss Sarah's concerns, suggested that the key's arrival may have been a simple mistake. Yet Sarah's intuition whispered of darker truths lurking just beyond the veil of normalcy. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, sealing it within a small, unassuming evidence bag that would later serve as the linchpin in an extensive investigation. The case file eventually found its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator within the Special Victims Unit, renowned for his uncanny ability to discern the sinister undercurrents beneath seemingly innocuous events. The brass key rested upon his desk, its surface unassuming yet exuding a palpable sense of unease. Background checks painted Sarah as a woman of integrity, her past untainted by any criminal transgressions. A retired high school English teacher, a widow, a mother of 2 grown children living far from home, her life appeared to be the very epitome of normalcy. No traces of deceit marred her financial records, phone logs, or social media presence. She seemed to be nothing more than an innocent bystander ensnared in a web of inexplicable events. Forensic examinations uncovered only Sarah's fingerprints upon the key, while the envelope divulged no secrets save for a generic postmark from a regional distribution center. No DNA traces, no telltale evidence to unravel the mystery. The key itself, a commonplace schlage, displayed signs of wear indicative of years gone by. A breakthrough materialized when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, inputting the key's unique bidding pattern into the department's extensive database. A cold case from 7 years prior resurfaced, bearing the same intricate key pattern, a key that had once unlocked a storage unit containing blood-stained remnants, tools of disarray, and haunting photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had floundered due to a lack of concrete evidence to ensnare a suspect. Harmon delved into the dusty archives, unearthing files left dormant by a retired detective. The storage unit had been leased under a false identity, the rent paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been erased, leaving no trails to follow. The recovered photographs depicted 5 women, their lifeless forms hauntingly still. Only 3 had been identified during the initial inquiry, all missing, their fates shrouded in darkness. Sarah, upon viewing the images, recognized none of the women, her unease growing with each passing revelation. As the investigation progressed, Sarah fortified her home with new locks and a state-of-the-art security system, her mind plagued by the looming question, why had this key found its way to her? Harmon, sensing a chilling undercurrent to the unfolding events, ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence, employing cutting-edge techniques to unearth buried truths. An expanded DNA sample, when cross-referenced through genealogical databases, yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the elusive suspect. Delving into the twisted branches of family trees, investigators homed in on Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had vanished without a trace 6 years prior. A substitute teacher, his interactions with Sarah had been minimal, their paths intersecting briefly at the school where they both worked. Jenkins' past was a tapestry of enigmas, scattered employment history, unexplained absences, frequent relocations, all painting a portrait of a man adrift in the shadows. His former abode revealed no telltale signs of malice, his neighbors remembering him as a ghostly presence, a man who blended seamlessly into the background. The burning question remained, why had he chosen to bestow this key upon Sarah Miller? Harmon postulated various theories: a trophy, a warning, a twisted invitation dancing on the fringes of sanity. The hunt for Jenkins intensified, his digital footprint vanishing into the ether. No driver's license renewal, no credit card activity, no tax records to trace his passage. An eerie silence enveloped his online presence, as if he had meticulously erased all traces of his existence. The true horror of the case unfurled when authorities stumbled upon a secluded cabin linked to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the creaking floorboards, concealed from prying eyes, lay a chamber accessible only through a hidden trapdoor. Rows of meticulously catalogued brass keys adorned the shelves, each bearing a name and a date etched onto a small tag. 5 keys mirrored the women from the haunting photographs, while 27 others hinted at the existence of additional victims, silent testaments to lives cut short by unspeakable acts of malice. As forensic teams exhumed human remains buried in the vicinity of the cabin, Sarah found herself enveloped in a shroud of protection, shielded from the encroaching darkness by vigilant guardians. Behavioral analysts posited that the key symbolized a twisted form of acknowledgement, an invitation from Jenkins to embrace his macabre legacy. The moniker, the Keymaster, seeped into the collective consciousness, a name that sent shivers down the spines of all who whispered it in hushed tones. A sense of dread permeated the community as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded its reach, spanning across state lines in a relentless pursuit of justice. Detection dogs traced his elusive scent through dense woodlands, search teams combing through treacherous terrains with unwavering determination. Thermal drones painted the landscape in hues of heat, seeking out hidden sanctuaries where a predator might lie in wait. A chance encounter with a wildlife photographer captured a fleeting glimpse of Jenkins, his weary form disappearing into the wilderness like a specter of the night. Authorities swiftly closed in on the area, establishing a tight perimeter as tactical teams maneuvered through rugged landscapes in pursuit of their elusive quarry. Negotiations echoed through the stillness of the forest, pleas for surrender falling upon deaf ears. When the final confrontation arrived, a lone officer crossed paths with Jenkins as he attempted to ford a river. Instead of yielding, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, barricading himself within a desolate fire observation tower. Hours stretched into eternity as negotiators sought to coax him out of his self-imposed isolation, only to be met with silence. Tower, breached at last by determined forces, revealed Jenkins' lifeless form, a self-inflicted wound sealing his dark legacy. Beside him lay a journal, a chilling testament to his descent into madness, alongside a brass key identical to the one that had found its way to Sarah's doorstep. Within a waterproof container lay a trove of damning evidence: photographs, maps marking burial sites, mementos pilfered from victims, a meticulous chronicle of depravity spanning years of unspeakable horrors. The final entry within the journal bore Sarah's name, a haunting reminder of the twisted obsession that had consumed Jenkins to his core. The subsequent investigation unearthed a total of 32 victims, their families finally receiving closure tinged with the bitterness of irrevocable loss. Sarah, forever changed by the brush of darkness that had grazed her life, could never bring herself to return to the sanctuary of her home. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mysterious chimes, was revealed to harbor a hidden wireless receiver, a tool through which Jenkins had observed her every move, waiting for the moment when his gift would be acknowledged. The case stands as a stark reminder of the monsters that lurk beneath the veneer of normalcy, their shadows cast long across the lives they touch. Psychological researchers pore over Jenkins' writings, seeking to unravel the labyrinthine depths of his depravity in a bid to identify others of his ilk before they too unleash their horrors upon the world. And somewhere within the confines of an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys lies dormant, each one a silent witness to lives forever altered by the darkness that dwells within the hearts of men. Story 21, the Polaroid rested in the box, a relic of bygone days capturing a forgotten birthday scene. Happy faces, flickering candles, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of aged photographs, she noticed it. A presence lingering in the background just beyond the group. A man shrouded in shadow standing at the edge of the candlelight. He did not belong to the family. No one recalled his presence, but in each photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic following the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories held a plethora of faded photos showcasing family gatherings from her childhood. This find should have brought solace, a window to happier times. Instead, it marked the beginning of a chilling journey. In the initial photo, he was a mere outline, a figure on the periphery during her 7th birthday party. The mysterious form loomed by the glass door, features obscured, observing. In the subsequent picture, taken moments later, he had advanced indoors. By the third, he loomed behind her uncle. None in the snapshot seemed aware of his presence. Trembling, Sarah phoned her father, recounting her discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of these pictures?" A moment of silence, then a sharp inhale. "What man? There should be only family members." She snapped digital images of the Polaroids and forwarded them to her father. His subsequent call bore an unusual tremor. "That can't be. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened attentively as Sarah laid out the photos on his desk at the precinct. Rain drummed against the windows, casting dancing shadows on the evidence. The seasoned detective's hands methodically skimmed through each photo, his gaze narrowing. No one recognized this person. He inquired, voice even but intrigued. "No one," Sarah affirmed, but observed the progression. She arranged the photos chronologically. Leaning in, the detective's chair creaked under his weight. What once seemed like paranoia now took form before his eyes. The enigmatic figure traversed the party deliberately, photo by photo, edging closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's younger self, a pale hand extending towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame. The photographer. Reed proposed, though doubt tinged his tone. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and joined the frame. Replicas were made and a case file was opened. In a matter of days, all surviving attendees of the party were contacted. None recalled the man. No outsiders had been present. The venue was secluded, a countryside retreat chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition software proved futile. The figure strategically evaded clear capture in each shot, as if cognizant of the camera's gaze. Yet his posture exuded a sense of intention, calculation. The investigation might have hit a dead end if Sarah hadn't unearthed additional photos in different family albums. Various gatherings, different years. Same shadowy figure, always lurking in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A tech specialist enhanced the images, peeling away decades of decay. Under the harsh digital glare, details emerged, a scar on the wrist, a distinctive ring. A reflection in a window revealing facial features once obscured by shadow. The breakthrough came via dental records. The teeth visible in an enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who vanished after being linked to 3 child abductions in the region. Cases that had gone cold long ago. cases that coincided with the dates of the gatherings captured in the photos. Records indicated Keller had been employed by the company that serviced the vacation property hosting Sarah's birthday. He held master keys to multiple rental properties in the vicinity, properties where other families had convened, properties where children had subsequently disappeared. Upon excavating Keller's former residence, authorities uncovered small items buried under the concrete. A hair clip akin to one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a boy who vanished following a family reunion, a bracelet Sarah identified as her own one believed lost during her childhood. In her apartment, Sarah sat engulfed by the photos that unveiled decades of suppressed horrors. The detective's earlier call confirmed the identification of remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA verification revealed the remains belonged to a missing child. Gazing at the final birthday photo, the warm candlelight illuminating her family's faces frozen in jubilation, Sarah's younger self was shadowed by the figure. Invisible yet unmistakably present, he observed, patient. Calculating, unseen by all in that moment of joy, the revelation linked unsolved cases spanning decades. Families finally received closure, though not the kind they sought. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the realm of justice, his presence acknowledged after years of clandestine existence. Sarah gathered the photos, returning them to the box. They were now evidence. Testimony to the fact that sometimes the most perilous threats are those captured on film, yet invisible to the eye, phantom figures gliding through festivities undetected, leaving behind a subtle trace in the frozen fragments of time. Story 22. The gentle current meandered lazily that peaceful morning, the water reflecting the sky like a flawless mirror. The fisherman's boat drifted along almost unnoticed until a glint of sunlight caught his eye, a suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he mistook it for a pile of discarded clothing, but as he drew nearer, a noxious scent wafted towards him, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The case was bound in chains, its metal edges corroded by the elements. When authorities pried it open, they were met not with fabric, but with a shock of hair. Fingers twisted in a frozen grip, and at the bottom a cryptic message, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the grim scene, her delicate handkerchief pressed to her nose as she surveyed the haunting tableau. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and pallid skin now marked by the water's touch, lay in silent repose. The meticulous medical examiner meticulously documented every detail before the body was tenderly removed. What struck Mercer most was not the callousness of the disposal, but the eerie reverence shown to the victim's appearance, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in upscale attire. She wasn't dispatched here, Mercer mused, observing the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy bank. She was adorned, presented. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a high-flying real estate agent renowned for her dealings in luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled alone in an affluent enclave. Colleagues painted a picture of a woman driven, meticulous, and enigmatic. Her absence was noted when she failed to attend a crucial showing with affluent clients, reported missing by her concerned assistant. She wouldn't have missed that meeting, the assistant insisted, her voice tinged with worry. That sale would have been her crowning achievement. Investigators meticulously combed through Walsh's sleek, modernist abode. Everything was immaculate, almost unnervingly so. Designer furniture arranged with precision, not a speck of dust to be found. The fridge stocked with meticulously labeled meals arranged by day. Her closet a symphony of color-coordinated garments, shoes lovingly ensconced in protective casings. The anomaly lay in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer. Within, a leather-bound journal awaited discovery. The final entry sent shivers down Mercer's spine. He's watching once more. Same vehicle, different plates. A delve into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a puzzling pattern, dozens of messages from unknown senders, each bearing the same unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection." All dispatched at identical times on various days. Her browsing history revealed inquiries into home security systems and personal safety devices. Mercer pieced together these fragments, linking the evidence from the crime scene to the meticulous presentation of the victim. "Our perpetrator is precise," she confided in her partner. "This wasn't a crime of passion. It was a meticulously orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop proprietor recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, absent from her belongings. The individual who had pawned it was a familiar face, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always when she was away showcasing properties. A search of Linden's modest dwelling revealed a chilling sight, walls plastered with photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were ominously crossed out in red ink. Walsh stood as the third victim in his macabre gallery. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine of sorts, objects belonging to each victim meticulously arranged. A hairbrush bearing strands of hair, tissues imprinted with lipstick, receipts, keys. Each assemblage accompanied by a small notebook chronicling daily habits, preferences, routines. The interrogation room turned icy as Linden was brought in. His demeanor unflinching, his appearance unassumingly neat, he appeared an unlikely harbinger of violence. Yet when confronted with the damning evidence, his countenance remained stoic. "They were flawed," he eventually uttered, his voice devoid of emotion. "They projected perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's left drawer was always in disarray. A smudge marred her lipstick application. Her perfection was a lie." The quest for the two initial victims alluded to in his note led detectives to remote locales where two more suitcases were unearthed. Within lay women akin to Walsh, both real estate agents who touted their meticulous attention to detail. During his trial, Linden sat impassive, his visage a mask as prosecutors delineated his meticulous modus operandi. He had shadowed each woman for months, scrutinizing their routines, infiltrating their residences, studying their lives. When he finally claimed them, he sought to correct what he perceived as their imperfections, tending to their hair, applying cosmetics with precision, dressing them in finery before extinguishing their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge imposed a life sentence without the chance of clemency. For Mercer, the case was officially concluded, yet enigmas lingered. What had spurred Linden's fixation on these particular women? What inner flaw had he sought to expunge through these grisly deeds? Downstream, the river meandered, its waters cleansing away all traces. But in the precinct upon Mercer's desk rested copies of those eerie notebooks, a reminder that behind veneers of normalcy, in the heart of seemingly mundane lives, darkness may lurk. And sometimes the most perilous predators are those who dwell in plain sight, observing, waiting for a solitary flaw to expose itself. Story 23. In a quiet town shrouded in mystery, she crossed the threshold of the abandoned Victorian, disturbing the settled dust that danced in the stillness. The house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling tales of neglect and forgotten memories. but there was a peculiar anomaly within these decaying walls. Every door, no matter where it led, always brought her back to the parlor. A maze of rooms that defied logic, trapping her in a loop of familiarity and confusion. The only escape seemed to be the entrance she came through, yet when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air, leaving her trapped in a web of perplexity. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the heart of a chilling investigation as the discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body turned the once abandoned Victorian into a haunting crime scene. The house, known for its unsettling reputation of spinning compasses and eerie sensations, now held secrets darker than any local legend. As forensic technicians moved silently through the dim interior, the truth of Morgan's demise began to unravel. The medical examiner's hushed voice revealed that Morgan had passed away 3 days prior, a victim of asphyxiation. Her body, found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, exuded a serene calmness that belied the tragedy of her death. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play, just a peaceful figure frozen in time, as if waiting for an unseen visitor. It was uncovered that Morgan, a curious graduate student with a penchant for architectural anomalies, had a deep fascination with the enigmatic Victorian. Her research led her to the house multiple times, documenting strange phenomena and inexplicable occurrences within its walls. Her final journal entry hinted at spatial inconsistencies and a quest to unlock the house's hidden truths that may have led to her untimely demise. As the investigation progressed, fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone unveiled a mysterious connection she shared with someone equally intrigued by the house's mysteries. Conversations laced with intimacy and cryptic messages hinted at a shared understanding of the house's enigmatic past, a past that seemed to beckon from beyond the veil of reality. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history and a correspondent of Morgan's, emerged as a key figure in the unfolding drama. His knowledge of spatial illusions and hidden designs within the Victorian captivated Morgan's imagination, sparking a relationship that blurred the lines between personal and professional. Yet, even with his alibi confirmed, the shadows of suspicion loomed over the investigation. A revelation from Alina Blackwood's grandson shed light on a dark family secret the house had claimed lives for generations, each victim found in the parlor with an expression of serenity. Dubbed as the Claiming, these deaths hinted at a malevolent force lurking within the walls, a force that seemed to ensnare those who delved too deeply into its mysteries. A hidden compartment discovered behind the parlor fireplace unveiled a trove of artifacts from indigenous cultures, arranged in a cryptic pattern around a weathered figurine embodying a deity of liminal spaces. The presence of the rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, matching the residue on the artifacts, hinted at a connection between ancient rituals and modern tragedy. But the case took a sinister turn when Adam Reeves was found lifeless in his own apartment, mirroring Morgan's peaceful posture and the presence of the mysterious alkaloid in his system. Clutching a key that unlocked the hidden compartment in the Victorian, Reeves left behind a cryptic email revealing the house's true nature, a prison not of physical walls, but of distorted perceptions that ensnared those who dared to unravel its secrets. As the investigation lingered in the shadows of uncertainty, the condemned Victorian stood as a silent sentinel of forgotten truths and untold horrors. Whispers of spectral lights dancing within its walls and tales of vanished visitors haunted the town, each rumor a testament to the enduring mystery of a house where time stood still and reality twisted upon itself. The truth remained veiled in obscurity, an enigma as confounding as the endless corridors that led nowhere but back to the beginning. Story 24. The motel stood forgotten, a relic of a bygone era, its walls whispering tales of transient guests and fleeting encounters. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the air was heavy with memories long since faded. The receptionist handed her the key with a knowing glance, a silent warning lingering in his eyes. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity like a ghostly hand, beckoning her to explore the mysteries hidden within the shadows of the night. As darkness draped the hallway in a cloak of shadows, she found herself standing before the ominous door, its surface as cold as the touch of a specter. To the casual observer, it appeared no different from its companions, blending seamlessly into the nondescript facade of the motel's interior. But as she pressed her ear against the door, a shiver ran down her spine at the sound of a faint, rhythmic breath from the other side, a whisper from the unknown. Detective Morgan Reed, with her keen eyes that had seen too much and yet hungered for more, entered the room with a sense of foreboding that clung to the air like a thick fog. The scene unfolded before her like a macabre painting, each detail etched in stark contrast against the backdrop of the ordinary. The scent of iron tainted the room, mingling with the mustiness of neglect, a silent witness to the violence that had shattered the tranquility of the night. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her features frozen in a mask of eternal surprise or fear, her silent gaze fixed on the vaulted ceiling above. Reed knelt beside her, a silent sentinel in the realm of the dead, careful not to disturb the fragile tapestry of evidence that crisscrossed the room like a spider's web. The forensic technician, his hands steady despite the horror that surrounded them, captured the scene in a series of clinical photographs, each click of the camera a harsh reminder of the fragility of life. As the investigation unfolded, Reed delved into the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of the victim's life, seeking answers in the darkness that veiled the truth. The threads of the case intertwined like tendrils of ivy, leading her down a twisted path of deceit and betrayal. Each clue uncovered painted a portrait of a killer who moved with the precision of a predator, leaving behind a trail of broken lives in their wake. The whispers of the motel walls echoed with the secrets they harbored, a silent chorus of voices that spoke of the darkness that dwelled within. Reed's sleepless nights were haunted by the specter of the killer, a phantom that eluded her grasp even as she drew closer to the truth. The weight of the unsolved mystery pressed down on her like a heavy shroud, a constant reminder of the lives lost in the pursuit of justice. In the end, the truth emerged from the shadows like a specter summoned from the depths of the night. The facade of respectability crumbled, revealing the darkness that lay hidden beneath. The trial was a fleeting moment of reckoning, a glimpse into the abyss that stared back with empty eyes. And as the killer was led away to face their fate, Reed caught a fleeting glimpse of the void that dwelled within, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within us all. The tale of the door on the left case faded into memory, a footnote in the annals of crime that whispered of the darkness that lingered in the most unexpected of places. And yet, for Reed, the echoes of that fateful night continued to reverberate through the corridors of her mind, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again. In the stillness of the evidence locker, the keys to the past remained, silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the night, waiting to unlock the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows. Story 25. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package appeared on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box whispering secrets in the morning dew. The package wasn't meant for her. The name on it did not belong to anyone she knew. She hesitated, the rational part of her urging to leave it untouched, forgotten on the porch. But curiosity, that persistent whisper in the mind, won her over. With careful fingers, she peeled back the tape, expecting mundane contents within. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, a relic from another era, accompanied by a solitary sticky note that simply read, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, feeling its weight press against her palms like a forgotten burden. The tape seemed to hold a gravity of its own, a silent urgency that tugged at her senses. Her fingertips traced the worn edges, lingering on the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the marks of haste, of a message penned with trembling determination. Amidst the backdrop of a typical suburban morning, the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of playing children, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower, Sarah brought the enigmatic package inside her home. Doubt gnawed at her as she studied the name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, a stranger in the tapestry of her life. The previous inhabitants of her home, the Johnsons, had long since departed, leaving behind no trace of a Daniel Whitaker. The VCR, a relic of nostalgia, beckoned to her from its place in the corner. There was something in the tape's silent call, a mystery waiting to unfold within its worn black casing. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine, the screen crackling to life with static that slowly coalesced into a dimly lit room. A man, Daniel Whitaker, appeared on the screen, his weary face bathed in the dim lamplight. His voice, a whisper of confession, filled the room. He spoke of innocence, of framed guilt, of a web of lies closing in around him. The room behind him, stark and bare, hinted at a life lived on the edge of shadows. As the tape unfolded its tale of deception and betrayal, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself drawn into a labyrinth of mysteries. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all linked by the haunting figure of Daniel Whitaker, the primary suspect in a murder case, a man who had vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of cryptic messages. The investigation took a turn into the murky depths of corporate intrigue when Ramirez uncovered the truth behind Catherine Walsh's murder. A whistleblower silenced, evidence buried, truths twisted into lies. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place, revealing a sinister conspiracy that reached far beyond a single crime. Sarah Miller, unwittingly pulled into the web of deceit, received a second package bearing revelations that shook the foundations of truth. Documents damning in their implications laid bare the corruption festering within PharmaCorp's walls. The tapestry of lies began to unravel, thread by thread, as Ramirez and the recipients of the mysterious tapes pieced together the fragments of a shattered reality. In a hidden storage unit, the final chapter of the saga unfolded. Daniel Whitaker's journal, Catherine Walsh's evidence, and the damning plans of those who sought to destroy them all laid bare in the dim light of justice. The truth, like a beacon in the darkness, illuminated the path to redemption. Sarah and Daniel, 2 souls adrift in the storm of manufactured truths, stood face to face in the aftermath. The wrong address, a twist of fate, had led them down a path of discovery and redemption. The tapes, silent witnesses to a world of deceit, were a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths arrive in the most unexpected of packages. And as Sarah watched Daniel retrieve his tape, a silent understanding passed between them, a bond forged in the crucible of lies, a testament to the enduring power of truth in a world shrouded in shadows.
Story 26.
She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Everything appeared normal, her face familiar, her attire unchanged. Yet a sense of unease crept over her the longer she looked, a flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, sparked by that disquieting incident in her bathroom. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided solo in a modest apartment nestled within a tranquil suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she kept to herself while maintaining amicable relations with her neighbors. A data analyst by profession, she led a life governed by routine and precision. No one could have foreseen that she would emerge as the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal investigations in recent memory. The initial peculiar occurrence seemed harmless. Objects in Rebecca's abode had been subtly rearranged, nothing missing, just shifted from their usual places. A coffee mug relocated to a new shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush found on the opposite side of the sink. She attributed these oddities to absent-mindedness, a byproduct of long hours spent engrossed in work under harsh fluorescent lights, staring at spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw first received a report when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of such disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially deemed non-criminal, Shaw's initial assessment leaned towards a mental health concern rather than a legal matter. The complaint was duly noted but placed among the stack of less urgent cases. There was nothing concrete, Shaw later testified. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman sensing something amiss within her home. Everything shifted with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent contact with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt under surveillance even when solitude enveloped her. This time she provided proof, footage captured by a security camera she had installed, trained on her front door. The recording unveiled something that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet 20 minutes later, a figure identical to her used a key to access her apartment. Forensic analysts scrutinized the footage for signs of manipulation or tampering. None were found. The individual entering mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can imitate her with uncanny precision." The probe intensified. Fingerprints within the apartment exclusively matched Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was unearthed. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's routine comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening, but receiving no response, a behavior she found atypical yet not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her living space accumulated. Unexplained disappearances of food from her refrigerator. Internet searches on her computer she had not conducted. Most unsettling were the photographs on her phone selfies resembling her, yet taken without her knowledge. In some, her expression appeared subtly awry, the smile too broad, the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third interaction. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating it to seem that way." A breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone possesses intricate knowledge of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's targeted observation and intrusion." A forensic psychologist posited that they were dealing with a fixation case, someone fixated on embodying Rebecca, living her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences were rare but documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator typically underwent a psychological rupture and fixated on a victim embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed upon Rebecca mentioning a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic conduct. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often noting resemblances between them. Post-dismissal, she inundated Rebecca with unsettling emails. "We could be identical," one message read. "Sometimes I feel as though I am more you than you are." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to search Lily's residence. What they uncovered metamorphosed the case from unsettling to chilling. A room in Lily's dwelling had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Walls adorned with photographs, hundreds capturing Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all snapped without her awareness. A wardrobe stocked with exact replicas of Rebecca's attire. Makeup mirroring Rebecca's preferred brands laid out on a vanity, alongside meticulous notes regarding her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had filmed herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident: early attempts clumsy and conspicuous, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the genuine Rebecca. "She aspired to assume my identity," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was erasing me." Technicians unearthed sophisticated tools for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated an elaborate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her schedule with precision. What remained elusive was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her abode contained rambling entries oscillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as both me and her in the same passage. The final entry sent a chill down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will prevail. The stronger version will endure." Upon authorities moving to detain Lily, she had vanished. Her residence bore signs of abrupt departure: drawers left ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was placed under protective custody, relocated to a secure site under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, every locale linked to her former life was under constant monitoring. Lily never surfaced. The case took a disconcerting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's previous workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been spotted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed the sighting: a figure identical to Rebecca had accessed the premises utilizing a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes sifting through her files before exiting. Rebecca, still safeguarded in a fortified safe house, could not have been present at the office. The implications crystallized. Lily had not absconded, she had made her move. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, assuming her role while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne refrained from resuming her past life, opting instead to forge a new identity in a concealed locale. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk: 2 women strikingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinizes their visages, seeking disparities, the nuances that would differentiate one from the other. The truly unnerving aspect, Shaw imparts to novice detectives, is not that someone can resemble or sound like you. It's the desire to become you so intensely that they erase themselves in the process. Identity is not just what we present to the world, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And at times, we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to seize it. Story 27. The apartment sat silent and vacant for months, its walls holding secrets whispered by the wind. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they anticipated only the embrace of dust and the echoes of forgotten memories. Yet one door, stubborn and unyielding, stood as a barrier to the past. A closet, locked from within, held mysteries waiting to be unraveled. With a heavy sigh, the landlord forced the door open, revealing not just old coats or discarded trinkets, but a chilling tale etched into the very essence of the room. The walls bore witness to desperation, to a struggle against the confines of time and space. Deep, jagged scratches scarred the wood, telling a story of captivity and fear. In the corner, a relic of the past lay dormant, a relic of communication long severed, an old flip phone with a screen that still glowed faintly in the dim light. A single unread message lingered, haunting in its simplicity. I know what you did. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmatic threads, felt a shiver dance down her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the crimson stain of blood or the remnants of violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea echoed in those scratch marks, a plea for freedom, for release from the invisible chains that bound the unknown soul within. "We need forensics here now," she murmured to her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the evidence before them. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone lingered like a ghostly whisper in the air, a harbinger of truths yet to be unveiled. The landlord, a man of nervous disposition and clammy hands, spoke of the previous tenant, a young woman, quiet and unassuming, who had vanished into the shadows without a trace. Emma Caldwell, a name whispered by the walls, a name that spoke of mysteries left unsolved. Forensics, meticulous in their craft, unearthed a chilling revelation within the scratches on the walls, traces of blood, remnants of a struggle long past. Most belonged to Emma, the missing tenant, a woman whose absence had sparked a chain of events leading to this very moment. But amidst the familiar DNA, two samples stood out, one a ghost from the past, the other a specter of the unknown. Shaw's brow furrowed in contemplation as she stared at the perplexing puzzle laid out before her. Derek Mercer, a man declared dead, his presence imprinted on the walls of the closet where Emma's fate had intertwined with his own. The tendrils of the past reached out, weaving a tapestry of deceit and intrigue that threatened to ensnare all who dared to uncover its depths. Emma's apartment, a snapshot frozen in time, revealed fragments of a life interrupted, a life cut short by the cruel hand of fate. Her belongings whispered of a routine abruptly halted, of unanswered calls and a silence that spoke volumes. A tale unfolded, woven from threads of mystery and whispered secrets that danced on the edge of perception. Officer Reed, ever vigilant, brought forth new pieces to the enigma, rumors of a shadowy figure, a phantom lurking in the shadows of Emma's existence. A boyfriend unnamed, a presence felt but never seen, a mystery wrapped in the guise of intimacy. Surveillance footage, a silent witness to the night's embrace, captured the dance of shadows as Emma and her enigmatic companion crossed paths in the veil of darkness. A man obscured by a baseball cap, a figure of mystery whose presence heralded the storm to come. The pieces of the puzzle slowly aligned, revealing a tapestry woven with threads of darkness and deceit. Derek Mercer, the architect of chaos, the puppeteer of lives entwined, emerged from the shadows of obscurity, his presence a specter haunting the corridors of justice. As the investigation unfolded, a new chapter unfurled, a tale of captivity, of souls bound by the chains of a single man's twisted desires. Lynette Porter, a name lost to the annals of time, emerged from the shadows of the past, her voice trembling with the weight of unspeakable horrors. In the depths of a remote property, the truth lay dormant, waiting to be unearthed. Behind heavy doors, a chamber of nightmares held the key to redemption, a key stained with the echoes of suffering and the cries of the forgotten. "He made me watch," Lynette whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of despair. "He showed me the darkness, the abyss that consumes us all." The evidence mounted, a mountain of guilt and despair cascading down upon the shoulders of the one who dared to play God with lives not his own. Journals stained with the ink of madness, photographs capturing the essence of fear, and videos that immortalized the dance of predator and prey. The manhunt began, a chase through the shadows of the past, a pursuit of justice tempered with the sting of vengeance. Derek Mercer, the phantom of the night, the harbinger of despair, eluded the grasp of fate, his footsteps echoing in the corridors of time. But justice, relentless in its pursuit, finally caught up with the architect of chaos. Mercer, a man of shadows and lies, stood before the judgment of the court, his facade of calm crumbling beneath the weight of his sins. "She sent that message herself," he whispered, a serpent's tongue laced with deceit. "She knew the price of freedom, yet she chose to defy me." The trial unfolded, a spectacle of truth and lies, a dance of shadows and light. Mercer's web of deceit unraveled, revealing the darkness that lurked within his soul, the darkness that consumed all who dared to cross his path. As the gavel fell, as the echoes of justice reverberated through the chamber, Mercer's smile remained a smile of defiance, of acceptance of a truth known only to him. Lynette Porter, a beacon of light in a sea of darkness, stood tall, her voice a clarion call for justice, for redemption. "He locked us in cages of his own making," she declared, her eyes ablaze with a fire that refused to be extinguished. "But while he rots in his cell, I shall dance in the light of freedom." And so the chapter closed on a tale of darkness and light, of shadows and truth. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets untold, bore witness to the echoes of the past, to the whispers of the forgotten. The closet door, a silent sentinel of the horrors within, stood as a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the light of justice shall prevail, casting shadows into the abyss and illuminating the path to redemption.